We're going to call this Tipp City Exempted Village Schools Board of Education meeting to order. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mrs. Fox, if you could take the attendance, please.
Graham. Here. Teresa Dunaway.
Here.
Rick Maines is absent this evening. Simon Patry.
Here.
Ann Zakor.
Here.
We have a quorum. We can begin the meeting.
Thank you, Mrs. Fox. First item is 1C, approval of the agenda. Is there a motion?
I motion to approve the agenda.
Mrs. Drum, move to approve the agenda. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion to approve the agenda by Mrs. Drum and Mrs. Dunaway. Is there any discussion, Mrs. Drum?
Nope.
Mrs. Dunaway?
Yeah, I would motion that we remove item 2B because that's not what the board voted on at the last meeting. We voted on an investigation, not a board development. They're two completely different things.
Is there a second?
I second that.
There is a motion to remove item 2B. Which identifies update on Ohio Sunshine Law. And discussion items indicates that board counsel from Russell and Enders will be providing an update on Ohio Sunshine Law and more specifically proper uses of executive session. And then I think, Mrs. Dunaway, do you have any discussion related to that? Since you're moving to remove it?
No, but that's not what the board voted on. Mr. Stefanik put it on the agenda because he thought that's what the board voted on, but that's not what we voted on. And I reviewed the minutes and clearly this is not what we asked for. So, and it's a waste of taxpayer money. If the board didn't approve it, we're wasting taxpayer money with no board approval.
Thank you. Mrs. Zakor, anything?
Yes, I concur because it clearly was a request for an investigation. And this is not about board development. We tried board development.
No, we did not.
We tried board development in 2021. We tried to have board development.
There you go.
And because it was not a full consensus or majority or unanimous. So therefore, I don't see the need for this board development. And if any money is to be spent, which it doesn't have to be because we can motion, in fact, I'm going to make a motion right now to move that our Miami County Prosecutor's Office do the investigation and not cost the taxpayers any money.
All right, point of order. Right now,
So I'll amend that motion.
well, this is to amend the agenda. It's not to take action. And so I would, if you wish to add something to the agenda related to that later on, after we get through this
Okay.
revision,
Sure.
I would suggest procedurally that makes a little bit more sense. And so if we can of removing or deliberations related to the removal of item 2B. Do you have anything related to that, Mrs. Zakor?
Yeah, so then my final thought on that would be we should not be spending, we don't need to spend the money on this particular board development piece as it was not requested and it's not focusing on what was requested.
You weren't here. So
I know, I watched. the
there was a
meeting,
little blurb in the minutes. Okay.
Yeah. I watched the meeting.
There's a- so,
Yeah, I was trying to follow what was happening.
So,
God love you.
from my perspective, I think I made the motion. I moved, or I was part of it, but I certainly agreed with it, was to authorize Mr. Stefanik to retain the attorneys of the school district to investigate this executive session allegation. And when Mr. Stefanik presented the board agenda to me, he indicated that, I don't know how I asked him if that was going to be included. I don't recall. Could you help me out with that? How this came to be added?
Yeah, it was, you asked if it was going to be included, and I said instead of getting information from the attorneys and bringing it to the board, it might be easier if the attorneys actually presented it, and the board could do a Q&A right as part of the meeting and get answers to any questions that they had. But when I went back and looked at the video today, the majority, if not all, the discussion was in investigating the process for someone to express a concern about a violation in executive session. But when the motion happened, the motion said investigate the violation in executive session. But that was not the way I interpreted the conversation. So if this does need to be on here, then I can text the attorneys and tell them that they're not needed for tonight's meeting.
Thank you for the clarification. From my perspective, I had understood that you had sought to investigate it, and they indicated that that's not how you do it. I guess I might have misunderstood, and
No,
that's
I was asking what the process was if somebody
see.
had a concern about executive session. So that's.
well. I think I mean I still think the motion that was made by the board still needs to be carried out. I certainly think that understanding the sunshine law. I mean, we've had in the last 2 or 3 months, 2 allegations or maybe 2 or 3 months, at least 2 separate allegations of, that we have violated executive session.
Yeah.
And so I would love to understand what our council feels about how sunshine law and how reporting should occur and things like that. That way that everybody here in the room understands how they can report those violations and pursue any remedy required. Obviously, as a school board, and we want to make sure that we're adhering with the law. So to me, removing this from the discussion items and our tonight's meeting is only detrimental. It only limit our understanding and our knowledge, and where we could learn a lot. And maybe if there is violations, I don't think there are any violations, but if there were violations, then you could at least learn from that and know the procedure to address anything that if it should occur. So I think it certainly makes sense to leave it on, regardless of the fact that it looks like it came in here, by mistake. I still think it's worthwhile to keep. So that's my feeling on it. Mrs. Dunaway?
Well, I mean, Amber, I give you a lot of credit. You and Rick, you did a great job attending a lot of OSPA trainings when you first came on board. And you and Mr. Stefanik and Mrs. Fox and Mrs. Zakor also went to that one that was done locally by Miami County. So Simon, you're the only board member that hasn't had any formal training from OSPA or that other group. So this is an insult to my time. I take time away from my family to attend these Ohio School Board Association seminars and sessions, and that's what we all do. If somebody has a question, they can go online, they can do a video. The first thing is when we get emails that say don't reply all, and then Mr. Maines is always the person that replies all. So please don't waste my time. Don't waste anybody's time who's already taken care of this and taken time away from their families to be a professional and sit at this table and represent our community. I very specifically asked for an investigation because we voted in executive session. We voted in executive session, and that is what I want investigated. Has nothing to do with sunshine law. Absolutely nothing.
Mrs. Zakor?
I think, given some history within the past year or two, that an investigation is different than board training or board development.
Yeah.
And there was clarity in the requesting of an investigation. That investigation needs to proceed. It can be done at zero cost to the taxpayer through the Miami County Prosecutor's Office. They are equipped to handle that, and they should be handling it. And those that are confused, they can, get training separately or on their own, or through guidance with our counsel.
Well, that costs money, but you can go to OSPA, you can watch a video.
Miami County Prosecutor's
Oh,
Office
Mrs. Secor has
can
it.
offer that guidance and clarity. And if necessary, then yeah, we can even go to our private counsel. But this, we can't do these things and then kind of massage our way through undoing them. Not given the history here of 2 years of what I'm currently facing and what another member's currently facing, I'm sorry, that would probably get anybody's dander to stand up a little bit. So needs to be removed, and we need to continue with what we agreed to do with the investigation. And the taxpayers deserve it.
Disagree with the characterizations made about what's occurred in the executive sessions in the past. I disagree with the inferences, if not the express indication that I am ignorant or unprepared to understand executive session and what's prohibited. I'm certainly not an expert, but I feel that I've done what I need to do to be competent to the extent that I need to be without being a legal expert in an executive session as part of my fiduciary duty to this board. Any other discussion? All right, Mrs. Dunaway.
I did not call you ignorant, so please don't mischaracterize me because you love to do that. All I said was that the rest of us have taken time away from our families to attend these Ohio School Board Association trainings. You are the only board member, past or current, that has not attended any trainings, not a single training. So because you want to keep it on the agenda, I would suggest you can watch a video. You can you can reach out to Jennifer Harden. She is a rock star. She is a wealth of information. She will gladly send you whatever you need. But I don't need to sit through a training. I've attended so many of these. Amber did, Rick did, Mark and Melanie have. We don't need to waste taxpayer money on this. That's why we all attended the trainings that were given in Columbus, here in Miami County, wherever.
Anyone else?
I have another item to remove. You want to go on that one first?
We're going to do this first.
Okay, that's
Mrs. Fox, please call the vote. The motion right now is to remove item 2B from the agenda, which has been made by Mrs. Dunaway and seconded by Mrs. Secor.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Secor,
Yes.
Drum,
Abstain.
Patrick.
No, motion passes. Item 2B has been removed from the agenda.
I would also motion, I don't know if
One
I'm,
moment, please.
oh, go ahead, catch up.
Reflecting what's occurring. Item 2B is now being replaced with the facilities discussion. Mrs. Dunaway.
Yeah, I don't know, Mr. Stefanik, I don't know what item 2C is about. It says facilities discussion, and there are no attachments. There's nothing. So I don't know if I want to remove it or just request that in the future, you send your board members information ahead of time so that we can come to these meetings prepared and not sit here for 5 hours.
The facilities discussion was to continue the discussion that started at the last meeting about the items that the individual board members sent to me.
Okay.
I was keeping a list of what
So for-
people said they wanted or what they would like to talk about.
For future reference, just also because we're trying to be transparent with our community, maybe we can just list those because this could be anything. I have no idea what we're talking about, and neither does anybody else who may wish to attend a meeting based on what's on the agenda. So that would be my suggestion.
Well,
I'll leave it.
It was on the last meeting and then it was tabled to roll it to the work session. And so that's where the.
So it's very easy to click and copy a board agenda. It's super simple.
Anything else, Mrs. Dunaway?
No, that's all I have.
Anyone else relate to the agenda? Mrs. Zakor, this would be it.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to add a motion to, I'm looking for the exact verbiage that we had regarding the investigation of the alleged executive session violations. That's what I'm
I can
looking
read it
for.
to you. It's in the
Thank
minutes.
you, because I want to put that verbiage in.
Yep, it's right here.
Thank you.
Go down to the very bottom. Well, we can copy and paste from the agenda. Did you find it here? It's under I. And if you go under,
Last,
yeah, it's
Last
under I.
meeting.
Yep.
I found it. You want me to read it?
sure,
Okay.
thank you.
Says recommend approval to authorize Mr. Stefanik to hire our counsel to investigate the alleged violation to executive session for June 13th, 2022. But from what I heard you say, you wanted to hire our our county council, our
Yes.
Miami County Council.
Right, that would be my motion.
But the board already voted on this, so how can we nullify that if we've already, does that make sense?
Well, it says council. I
Yeah,
think the council, I mean, we have three separate entities of council.
Yeah.
And I'm just proposing the Miami County office because it's our statutory council and it's no cost to the taxpayer.
Is it just, I mean, and is that just a motion? That to just motion that we use the Miami County Prosecutor's Office to take care of the motion from the last meeting?
hey Melanie, real quick too, it should be council, not council. So it's COUNSEL, not CIL, just only because we're on it right now.
I'm sorry, I'm in
Yeah.
the minutes.
Easy to correct since we're on that sentence.
There's
Do you
president
mind just
motion.
reading the motion quickly? I'm just gonna.
Yeah,
type it. I'm sorry.
recommend approval to authorize Mr. Stefanik to hire our counsel, COUNSEL, to investigate the alleged violation to executive session from June 13th, 2020. Or on June 13th, 2020, whatever.
Age.
Well, I'm just reading it as, it's your motion. I'm just reading the old one.
Presently, I believe the, correct me if I'm wrong, Mrs. Zakor. Mrs. Zakor has made a motion to designate that or instruct that Mr. Stefanik, in carrying out the motion that passed the last meeting, utilize the county prosecutor's office as the counsel. Correct. Is there a second?
Can't say.
Well, I just have a question because we already voted on this, so I'm a little confused.
The motion before the board is to identify and designate specifically. So it's instructing Mr. Stefanik which counsel to use. Mrs. Zakor's motion is
I'll
the
second.
board's
I
instructions.
understand. I second.
I just added utilizing the Miami County Prosecutor's Office as counsel.
There you go.
So the motion for the board is to utilize Miami County Prosecutor's Office to investigate the alleged violation of executive session for the meeting of, who's got the date handy?
June 13th, 2022.
June 13th.
I heard it in it.
It's been made by Mrs. Zakor, and that's to add it to the agenda, not to authorize it. That's to add that to the agenda. So
Very good, yes.
we are specifically discussing the agenda, not the actual motion. And so Is there any discussion related to that addition? Seeing or hearing no discussion request to make discussion, Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Sikora?
Yes.
Dunaway?
Yes.
Drum?
Abstain.
Patry?
Yes. Item. And we'll, if it's good of the order here, I would add that to, I guess, do it under, we don't have an old business section, but
G.
well, that's new business. I think Melanie, are you able to add an old business section for 5 and move miscellaneous to 6 and adjournment to 7? Yes, sir. Go ahead,
So
Mr.
just some quick research. Reconsider an approved motion from a previous meeting, but it has to be made by someone that was in the majority
Prevailing
vote.
party.
Yeah, so I think Mr. Crowe was in the prevailing vote the
There
last
you go.
time, so I can revise it.
Okay.
I think I knew that, but I just wanted to check.
Yeah, and this is really a clarification on the instruction. It's the motion. It's all, it's,
Well, actually, technically, Mr. Stefanik, I believe that would be a rescinding. The reconsider has to be done at the same meeting from the affirmative, from a member of the affirmative party. But here nor there, we're good.
So this will be category, after the discussion items, facilities, goes old business. Is that where you want it?
it would be item 5, old business, miscellaneous would become 6, and adjournment would become
Oh,
7.
so you want old business after new business? I'm just making sure,
Correct.
understanding. I don't want to put it wrong. So it's after the executive
I mean, if
session.
you want to put it before, I don't care.
Because I figure executive session
Actually,
might be at the end of the meeting.
Looking at my agenda, there's an old business section in section 4 right now.
Already in there.
I don't know.
Well, I just added it.
Oh, the heading? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
she just added it.
I was
Yeah,
just
so
thinking,
this
that's
guy-
right at.
What is happening? Right here.
If you have it in the, in section 4, that's fine. It doesn't, if it doesn't bother anyone,
Well, I just-
Any board members have an issue with that?
No, I'm good with it.
Sorry.
now it's at 3. That's fine too.
Yeah.
All right. So old business is the motion to designate the county prosecutor's office as the counsel investigating the alleged executive session violation. All right, is there anything else related to the agenda? All right, Mr. Stefanik.
I know I'm not a board member, but so somebody else will have to make the motion, but in the executive session language, there needs to be a part taken off.
Okay.
It should end right after where it says, consider employment compensation of public employees or officials. Then after that, it said, and for G3 to confer with an attorney concerning disputes, and that part is not happening this evening. So the first reason is accurate, the second reason is inaccurate.
I don't see the,
I see, okay, B, I see G.
No, for A, it's in A.
it's an A.
It's in
I'm with
the
you.
first executive session. There is no G3 piece.
All right, is there a motion to amend item 5A to remove the language, quote, and G3 to confer with an attorney of the Board of Education concerning disputes involving the board that are subject of pending or imminent court action? It's under 5A.
No, it's to go into executive
It's under
session.
recommended action.
First action, just to get into it.
Adjourn.
Yeah.
As amended, the motion would be adjourn executive session for purposes authorized under Board of Education Policy 0166 and ORC .22G1 to consider the employment compensation of public employees or officials, period. And they would strike and G3 to confer with an attorney for the Board of Education concerning disputes involving the board that are subject to pending or imminent court action. Is there a motion?
Yep, I'll make whatever you just said.
Mrs. Drums has made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Dunaway. Is there any discussion related to the amendment of item 5A? Mrs. Fox, please take the vote.
Drum,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes,
Secor.
Yes.
motion passes. 5A is now amended to strike the language identified in the motion. Anything else related to the agenda? Is there a motion to approve it as amended?
I'll make that motion.
Mrs. Drum has moved to approve it as amended. And is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Dunaway. Any discussion? Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Drum,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes,
Secor.
Yes.
all right. Next item is 2A, base education. Presentation by Don Scott, Curriculum and Instruction Director, and Angie Cooper, Tipp New High School Assistant Principal. Discussions regarding new SEL programs for K-12 students.
Good evening. Last month in a weekly board update, Mr. Stefanik shared that we plan to adopt base education to meet the academic, social, and emotional needs of our students in grades K through 12. Tonight, I would like to provide more explanation about the process that was used this year to select base education and its purpose. This past fall, as I assumed the new position, I learned during our health education curriculum review that the state of Ohio had passed the Save Students Act of 2021 that required all Ohio public school districts to include at least 1 hour of instruction per school year of evidence-based instruction in each of the following topics for grades 6-12. Suicide awareness and prevention, safety training and violence prevention, and social inclusion. These requirements are required to go into effect as of July 2023. The state of Ohio also requires opioid abuse prevention and dating assault prevention for middle and high school students. Many of these topics were already discussed and covered in our health curriculum in grades 7, 8, and 9. However, we need to provide this important content for our students in the other grade levels. I began conducting research, making phone calls to local agencies like Hope and Tri-County Health in order to access this needed health curriculum. I worked with Angie Cooper, our assistant principal at Tippecanoe High School, to contact Montgomery County ESC since they have trauma-informed care, and Angie knows many of the people, great people who work there. All of these groups were extremely helpful and supportive. However, they did not have the curriculum that was needed for our staff and students. But many did recognize that I often had good points. So that was nice to hear. In the winter and spring, I began to view demos with companies that were given positive reviews by CASEL. CASEL, which is the Collaborative for Academic, Social, and Emotional Learning, is the nation's leading organization which advances the development of academic, social, and emotional competence for all students. During this time, I discovered BASE Education, which is a CASEL-approved fully online or in-class social emotional learning platform. It was actually recommended to me by one of the people I had talked to during the phone calls. It was designed by mental health professionals and educators, and it is an evidence-based curriculum that includes opioid abuse prevention, substance abuse prevention, suicide prevention, and social inclusion, which were our health requirements. Their sources that they use include the Journal of the American Medical Association, National Association of School Psychologists, the Drug Enforcement Agency government site, and the American School Counselor Association. In the spring, a BASE representative was actually able to travel here to Tipp City and visit our MTSS committee. So one of the things this year that was started by Ms. Ramsey, me, and Ms. Cooper is an MTSS committee, which stands for Multi-Tiered Systems of Support. So we now have 25 individuals from across all buildings made up of teachers, support staff, school counselors, and administrators who are looking at our entire program of K-12 and how we're meeting the academic, social, and emotional needs of all of our students. So it was a great forum because we had all of the buildings represented that day, and they were able to listen to our representative from Base Education. Our MTSS committee, after listening to the representative and having all of their questions answered, decided to move forward with this program as it meets the needs of our health education requirements and it provides overall benefit to the mental health of our students. I know prior to this meeting, I provided an attachment with more information about the program, and I just wanted to highlight a few of those things on the handout. One, this program is fully online, so students can complete it on their own. However, it does come with pre-written lesson plans, so teachers are able to use it. It gives even slides. I think I attached a couple that I'm going to show you later on from growth mindset and motivation. So it even gives teachers pre-written lesson plans, questions they can ask, activities that they can have the students do based on the content. But it is an approved online platform for grades 6 through 12. So students can move through on their own in their own pacing, which we found to be very effective given our time constraints in meeting all of the requirements. Also, it does include a base, they call it the baseline assessment, which would replace our PASS screener. So for the last 18 months prior to my arrival, we've given a PASS screener, which is an SEL assessment for grades K through 12 twice a year. This would replace that. It's only for students in grades 6 through 12. But after meeting with our MTSS committee, our principals, teachers, and support staff felt confident that in K-5, the assessment inventory from PASS, while a good one, was not as necessary as it was for the upper levels. So the baseline assessment would only be for grades 6 through 12. It is a 41 question survey. And just like the PASS screener, it's a closed-ended survey. So it takes about 10 to 12 minutes to complete. But parents would be able to opt out of the survey just like they did with the PASS screener. So information would be going home. Another thing I wanted to point out is that it has a personalization feature. So in the middle and high school library, there are 70 videos, but we are able to personalize those videos as it fits Tipp City values, community need, and what our students need. So we've already removed some of the videos that we don't need or don't fit for our community, and we're able to do that with the elementary videos as well. Ms. Cooper and I just received access to the program 4 weeks ago, so we're still combing through many of the videos. As you know, most of the people are on summer vacation, so committee members will be viewing these videos in August prior to rollout for our students and staff as well to make sure that multiple people view the videos before we give those to the students. There is a parent portal, so parents are able to view the video content that is currently just for 6-12. So you'll see the parent portal that I'm going to show you. I did reach out to our base representative and ask them if we could have a login for parents in K-5. No one had asked them that before, but I like to be the first. So they are working on that so that our elementary parents can also view the content online. Base education implementation, we are still working on that process. The personalized video library has been started by will continue to be rolled out in August. And then we do have training for our teachers and staff members upon their return on August. It's one of the first 3 days, I believe August 23rd is one of those days. So we are working hard on the implementation process. But we are very excited that it meets the health education requirements that we have been searching for the last 6 months, that our committee was able to review it prior to their departure for summer, and we're excited to move forward. Ms. Cooper has more information. I know she would like to share about the high school specifically and some of the ideas she has of how base education will fit the need of our learning community. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Cooper.
So for my position this year, this was my first year at the high school, as you all know. But my background, in case you don't know, is 25 years working with kids who were identified emotionally disturbed or behaviorally challenged. So I've spent basically almost all of my career with those types of kids and going through trauma-informed training and implementing those features into the buildings that I've worked in. So upon my arrival here, it obviously was very different than where I came from. Different, but the need is still there. It is very much there. You know, upon arrival, I heard things like, we have our pillars, the respect, integrity, responsibility. And I heard people say, well, we don't have to teach these kids about respect, they know. Well, I think we need to teach our kids all the things. And it's not just biology, it's not just math, it's not just reading. It's, I think, part of our job to include their emotional intelligence in this. It should be part of their education because we have to talk about those things for them to know those things. And we know that the most successful people in business, in any business, in an education, have a high level of emotional intelligence. If you can relate to other people, if you have the ability to have empathy, if you have the ability to be very self-aware, all of those things are key factors to success. So I feel like that those things need to be paid more attention to in our school. Our kids have rigor. Our teachers are just getting better by the minute. Our kids are dedicated, they try hard, they work hard. And with that comes stress, with that comes worry, self-doubt. Luckily, there are students who never face those things. They don't feel those challenges, but there are kids who do. And those are the kids we are missing the mark for because we haven't taught them about their own emotional intelligence yet. So while it may be a chapter in health, it needs to become a part of our culture and our building to improve relationships with students, with each other, with adults. The suicide awareness piece is huge. I can tell you that in my first 6 months in the building, I probably did more, we call them ASQs, ask suicide questions. I did more of those in the high school than I have done in separate facilities. So and I don't know if that's a cultural thing. It could very well be because maybe people feel like that doesn't happen. But it very much is something that comes up in our students' minds. And if we don't teach our staff, if we don't teach our students what those signs look like, how to address it, they could be at a loss when they need to be, aware. I can tell you in my own personal past, suicide awareness is a huge deal for me. I was 19 years old, my boyfriend committed suicide. He would make comments all the time that this was something he was going to do. And I was 19. I came from Chaminade Julienne High School. None of that was ever talked about. It wasn't a word people even said back then. I graduated in 1993. Yes, that's how old I am. I didn't know what to do. I really didn't know what to do. And so I would just say, please don't say things like that. Well, he did exactly what he said he was going to do. And it ruined my life for a very, very long time. It's not a day goes by I don't think about him. So when I hear students say things like, well, I'll just kill myself. Like my alarms go off. I don't ever take that lightly. But when I think about 19, 18-year-old me, I didn't know what to do. I didn't know, did he mean it? So I think about the teenagers that are in our building, and when they hear people say those things, do they know what to do? They probably don't. And they don't know what to ask. They don't know how to react. So I think it's really important that we bring that emotional intelligence to them. You might find that a situation doesn't occur because someone said the right thing at the right time. And I think that that's just really important. I think our kids try really hard. I think they work really hard. I think they know that their parents, their teachers, the community, people expect a lot out of them. And I think that the base education, it makes them aware. It's like, it develops all of these skills like mindfulness. It talks about that. And that's absolutely evidence-based to decrease, anxiety, depression, all of these things. So it's not just, hey, here's about suicide. It really is a program that asks the viewers to embrace the topic. And it does develop like conversation between students and between teachers and students, adults and students across the board. And the way that Dawn and I are talking about rolling this out is that there will be topics that hit the 9th grade, topics that hit 10, 11, and 12. So they're not all grade levels, we're not all getting the same thing every year. How I hope to roll it out at the beginning of this year, though, will be like a welcome to, this is what this is. And then it will also include, motivation, talking to adults. Those are going to be some of those things that they all get at the beginning, just as a means of let's establish some goal setting here, and talking to adults is going to be one of those things. So in knowing what I know and the trainings that I've been in and my experiences in the past in different settings, I've worked in other high school settings, I've worked in separate facilities, I've worked in lockdown units, I've worked in middle schools. So in my experience, the social emotional piece it's huge, and it's huge to anyone's success, no matter what age. So I think that this is a great tool that will help us reach our students, and I encourage everyone to take a close look. We have combed through videos, and we understand what the culture of the community is. There are things that, there were even things in vocabulary that there was in one of the videos that we were both like, no. So we are vetting those. This isn't like a blind, let's throw this out and have everybody do it. No, we're going to watch it all first. We're going to make sure we know what's in there first. And I think the transparency with the parent portal and all of that will be great. One other piece I just want to add is the power of writing. The gentleman who came here from base told us, that it's 18% more can be found out through writing than through talking. Kids will reveal more in writing. And, just the other day I found a note. I was cleaning out my house. I have no idea where this little note came from. It was folded up. And it was from back in like 2004 when I taught at Miamisburg High School. And it was a note from a student who was like, thank you for always working with me. I always wanted to kill myself. And don't worry, I don't want to do that anymore. But it's just this little note. And I was like, oh my gosh. And we had just been talking about all this stuff. And I was like, because I taught that, I did the emotional learning that's why I developed the curriculum for that at Miamisburg. And that's what I worked on with these kids. So it's that power of writing. She wouldn't say that to me to my face, but she put it in writing. And so the writing, the journaling portion of this program allows the students to say things, and if they get scared, they delete it, I'll still be able to see it. And it will just be me and one of the guidance counselors who receive their journaling. And it's only if they put certain words in there so that we would know. I would say it's kind of like that, maybe a cry for help. I'll write it here, maybe somebody will see it kind of thing. Or just getting your thoughts out. I think, gratitude journaling has proven to be such a huge thing for keeping yourself positive. So please take a close look. I think this is a great tool, and I think our kids can learn a lot from it. And I think it will absolutely help in developing relationships with staff and students alike.
I just wanted to show you too, and if you want, vamp for me, and the launch a course. Okay, so this is what the platform looks like. I'm able to see all the videos. I just wanted to quickly show you these two that pair with the lesson plans that I showed you. So it has all of the elementary, middle, and high school videos. The one that I selected. So it has the high school and middle school. They do separate lesson plans to make it more grade specific. So the middle school lesson plan is slightly different than the high school lesson plan because of grade bands. And then you launch the module, and then you can see the parent portal next to it, which parents will have access to currently for grades 6 through 12. And then it's an interactive slideshow. So for grades 6 through 12, it looks like this. All of the videos have text. You can have it read to you. So you can use headphones and it'll actually read it to you. That's one of the features. There's even a music break. There's a lot of cool features at the bottom that I've tried. And then you click through, and it was shown with their research that in order to get students to engage more, they bounce around the text. So the text is always in a different place because it re-engages their brain to read it in a different place on the screen. So it's not in the same place every time.
And the images that they choose are specific to brain science.
Yes.
So it's supposed to be an image that draws them in for whatever specific reason.
Yeah.
Have you found yourself, Ange, journaling while you're doing it? Like I type in there,
Haven't
okay,
yet.
I type in my responses. You have to type in a certain amount to let it go, so I've started typing it in. Trying to use some of that gratitude journaling, so I've been doing that. So this is the interactive journaling feature, and you will need to do this, and then you click next and you move on. So this is for grade 6-12, what it looks like. It's an interactive, more of a PowerPoint slideshow. With, of course, the paired lesson plans where teachers can cover it, and it'll say after slide 105, and this would be the question to ask. In the elementary, looks a little different. Okay. Elementary are actual videos. They are 5 to 10 minutes. So this is for our K-5. Oh, probably sound. Oh, yeah, Thomas, I'm so sorry. Oh, there we go. Oh, we're good. I guess not super. Okay. Sorry, we didn't have this here. This is my fault.
I'm surprised it's not coming through that.
I know, because I didn't ask Thomas to set it up for the video. That's fine. Is it?
Thomas, things that we believe in our believe in our brains. We believe in our strong minds. What we think about can determine the outcome of our lives.
Growth mindset means that I can push myself to do things and that I can do this and I will do this.
When challenges face you, you don't give up, you just keep trying, knowing that eventually you will succeed in whatever you do.
Growth mindset is knowing that I can grow and change. Believing in myself. Keep having positive thoughts.
I believe in myself and I never say I can't. How we think is one of the most important parts of us. If we think we can't do something, or we think that something is too hard for us, we miss out on a lot of really neat things. When we think that we have the power to learn or do something, it opens up all of the possibilities around us. Something is hard doesn't mean we can't practice, learn, and become stronger. We can. Did you know that our brains are like muscles that can get stronger every day? With the right mindset and belief in yourself, you can do anything you put your mind to. Why is growth mindset important? Being strong means so much more than being good at something. Being strong means asking for help when you need it. Being strong means trying as hard as you can. Being strong means that when you don't do well at something, you say, I can learn more the next time I try. Kids who don't believe in the power of their strong minds think they're not good enough, and they don't think they're as smart as everyone else. Being smart has little to do with having a strong mind. The kids who work hard, try hard, and are patient are the ones who say they feel really good about their brain.
My strong mind helps me feel powerful. I feel like I can put myself to do anything I want to do.
I feel very good about myself.
I feel focused.
I have a good understanding of myself. I feel strong.
I feel like I'm getting better and better at hard things. I feel like I can do anything, like I'm on top of the world.
My strong mind tells me that I can do this.
That I can get better at hard things. Better and better at hard things. When I have a strong mind, I tell myself I can do this. Don't give up.
And those are all about 5 to 10 minutes. So the elementary videos are audio with the video content, and then the pre-written lesson plans in conjunction with those as well.
Which of those lesson plans are kind of like a talking guide as well, and then some of it kind of dictates small group activities between students. All of this really kind of lends itself also to our MTSS model that we're working on. And I think that it also strongly connects to our PBIS efforts, which goes along with that respect, responsibility, and integrity. Like we are going to spend time at the high school level focusing on what does that really mean. Like we can say, oh, I know how to be respectful. what does that really mean? You know, because it's different for different people. You know, in some cultures, it's considered rude for a child to look an adult in the eyes. So we might think they're being disrespectful and they think they're showing respect by looking down. So there's just so many things. There's just so many little elements to all of those little emotional pieces that we can't just assume because our kids are really bright that they know. Because even a lot of adults don't know. So I think when you wrap all of this in with the I got to come up with something different to call PBIS at the high school because they have nicknames for it. But to wrap this around all of those things, so it all just kind of becomes the culture. It's being accepted of other people, and we don't know. We don't know what's happening to the person next to us when they leave at the end of the day. And we do have bullying happening in our school. Having a better understanding of what does that do to a person is really important. Because I don't know, when I was younger, it was like an after-school special on PBS, I think. I might be just aging myself, but I don't know if anybody remembers that. I can't wait to watch the after-school special. But, they kind of talked about those things. And now we try to talk about those things, but social media just wreaks havoc on the emotional state of our kids. And I just think the more we can educate them on all of those feelings and all of those things that they feel, because they might just say, well, I'm really anxious. Well, what does that mean? Like, where are you feeling it? Like, where? And then you have to get it down to the why. And then when you figure out the why, you eliminate the anxiety, you eliminate the stress. Otherwise, you just stuff it down there and then it physically will take a toll. So I think it's a great opportunity to give our kids another piece of knowledge on top of all of the academic knowledge that we're giving them, for certain.
Thank you. We will now open it up for questions.
Any questions from the board?
I have a lot of questions.
Okay.
Mrs. Zakor, go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, this is so broad and vast and deep, and I really appreciate the time and effort and the direction that you're trying to bring solutions and betterment to our district. It's obvious, and I greatly appreciate that. I too had a very personal experience with suicide as a young adult. I've had experience with suicide as a healthcare practitioner, and I've had experience with suicide as a mother. And so I know these are real topics. There's a lot of diversity, but before I go into a few things, I want to tell you that I'm here to partner with you and to do my work as a board member. You've done a lot of work. You've done a lot of research, a lot of reading, and so have I as a board member. I want to partner with you in a very honest fashion. And so I went through the ODE, social emotional learning. I went through several of our policies, and what I'm going to say, some you will probably like, some you may find, but please respect my role as a board member. My first question to Mrs. Scott, I'm sorry, you said that there were like three, the very beginning, the
The
standards.
Save Students Act.
Yeah, what were the three key?
The three provisions of the law are suicide awareness and prevention,
Okay,
safety training and violence prevention, and social inclusion. That law was passed in 2021.
okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Suicide prevention. Now, so are you saying that these three are required to be covered in 2023?
Starting in July of 2023. So we would have another year. So typically after the state passes a law, they give you 2 years to figure out what you're going to do. So we were in that, we would have another year to implement. So you have to be implemented by July of 2023.
Okay,
That's correct.
2023. Now, our present health classes, don't we talk about, now, let me ask you this, are these three like at all grade levels?
Yes.
Certain grade levels?
Yes, it's at
So
all
this is K through
6 through 12. No, 6 through 12. Correct. Yes.
6 through 12. And aren't we already touching on some of this in our health classes?
We are. So in the health classes, we are. Suicide prevention was not being discussed in grades 7 and 8. Miss Brown, who looked at base education, she was also very happy to have a curriculum that she could use in grades 7 and 8. But this would also obviously help our grade 6, 10, 11, and 12. So it is three hours of these 3 areas each year for grade 6 through 12.
Okay. So what I'm going to say, and this is based on my many years in the healthcare profession, there's always models and there's always vendors to sell you a model. That's just what it is, what it will always be. And so those models change based on what the novo therapy, the novo verbiage is. Like, for example, what is intelligence? How do we define that? And that goes back and forth and all over the board. Everybody's got their own definition to that. So I appreciate all the models, but the first thing I want to say as a board member is that according to our policies, adoption of courses of study, policy 2220, curriculum development, policy 2210, and adoption of textbooks, policy 2510. It is my belief, based on my research and looking at all these, that a very important step was missed. And that important step is this should have been brought to the board to run through a process. And this is not anyone's particular fault, perhaps. I think it's a learning experience. The board is here for a very key reason, because we still have some local autonomy. Unlike what a lot of people don't understand, they think that the big brother in Columbus is, well, we do have a lot of local autonomy, and it's great. And when you go to training from Ohio School Board Association, you realize that. And you realize how hard they work to protect that autonomy for us and to allow communities to sort of garner in what is happening for their particular community. An agricultural rural community is very different than a very metropolitan, high populated community in terms of crime, in terms of resources, in terms of future career pathways. It's just very diverse. In terms of religion, you know, what you have in an Amish community can look very different than what you have in Cuyahoga or Hamilton. So I just want to make that. That's why I do what I do, not to be an obstructionist, but to be the best board member I can and fulfill my goals in looking at these policies. Adoption of textbooks, policy 2510, can include anything. An electronic textbook is defined as computer software, interactive video disc, magnetic media, computer courseware, online service, electronic medium, or other means of conveying information to a student or contributing to the learning process through electronic means. Clearly, this base module, which I went and looked at many of them, fits in my mind the definition of a textbook. And therefore, it is the legal responsibility of the board under policy 2510 to approve all textbooks as part of the educational program of this district. So here we have very well-intended and hard-working, passionate employees looking into this and wanting to approve this, but it didn't go through the right lane on the highway, in my opinion. So I think we need to go back and look at that and talk about that. There is a module that is covered in base. Maybe that's under social inclusion, I'm not sure. That talks about some sexual preferences. And I think I'm glad that you pointed out that you have the ability, this program has the ability to have a personalized program that removes certain videos to meet community needs. Am I correct? Mm-hmm. Okay, so that's where I think we collaborate. That's where I think we jumped ahead, and had a very strong starting point on this as board members fulfilling our responsibility. It's policy, you know. You wanting to fulfill your responsibilities, your expertise, your desires, your vision of improvement. Had we started there at the beginning and maybe even talked about this personalization of videos, I think that's what we should have done, and that's what we still need to do. Okay, we cannot, in my opinion, move forward on base education until we have all, as board members, fulfilled our responsibilities under board policies. The other policies, adoption of courses of studies. No course of study shall be taught in the schools of this district unless the board adopted it. It's replete, there's just continually. So now I'm going to move on to the social emotional learning part. So I think I've established and made my case well that we need to back up, take a few steps backward, and start reinitiating this dialogue so that it does become a board process. The second thing I want to ask you is, like anything, we need to know what it is that we need to improve. If we don't know that, we don't know what tools we need to make that improvement. So based on your exploration of everything, experience, knowledge, the time you've been here, what is it that you see as the needs of this community from a social emotional learning perspective? That's my question.
I'll start, but I have a very big pie picture because once again, in my new role, it's not the one-on-one with the students that I had in my former role. So in the 10 months I've been here, based on interactions I have had with the students and staff members who give me more input in my role, it would be coping with stress and anxiety as a high performer, which is very similar actually to my old district, which I was very familiar with.
And do you have that across all grades, or you see
No,
that more
I'm specifically talking about grades 6 through 12.
Okay.
So middle and high school, I'm sorry. Yeah. So middle and high school, that would be, Ms. Secor, probably the thing I hear the most often from our staff members and counselors for our students in our learning community is coping with stress and anxiety in a high performance environment. So that would be my number one, based on the conversations in the MTSS committee as well. And also, and this can be prior to the pandemic, as an expert, what I've noticed as well is student motivation. And that's actually one of my favorite videos in the video modules is increasing intrinsic motivation of students, not just extrinsic motivation. That would be like giving a grade. So student motivation has been dipping. And it was dipping before the pandemic. So student motivation and increasing student work ethic and wanting to work for intrinsic reasons and not just extrinsic reasons is another piece that I've also noticed as something that our students need, and it's one of the modules. So those would be my two: boosting student motivation and coping with stress and anxiety in a high performance environment as things become very competitive in the world and in college, of course.
I really appreciate that input. I'm already cranking out things in my mind. Student motivation, a lot of times apathy sets in because they just feel that they don't have the energy, they don't have the equipment, they don't have the ability, they don't have the, whatever it is, they don't have it.
Yeah.
And so the way you deal with that is you just stop. And when that doesn't serve you anymore, you end. That's what suicide is. You don't have the energy anymore to go on. So whatever's driving it, you just quit. And that's what you seek, quitting.
And it starts to happen, and I'm sure you know.
So that student
middle school.
motivation and then the stress anxiety, I really appreciate you identifying this because these are big topics that we have a lot that we can have remedies for. As we think that we are motivating and creating great kids for their great future, we may in fact be doing more harm to them than we realize. And even on this being strong video, I take great exception to that. I'm sorry. I think a good message is it's okay to be weak at times, and it is okay to be vulnerable. Vulnerability serves great purpose. And so when we just say, be strong, your mind can do, that's exactly what some of these kids don't need to hear, in my professional opinion. They need acknowledgement that they are weak right now, and it is okay to be weak, even when the rest looks strong. And see how we can collaborate with your knowledge, your insight, with grade levels. And so I just wanted to point that out, and I'm sorry, Ms. if you want to give your.
So for me, being more closely involved with the students on a day-to-day basis, I second what Dawn has said. The stress level for our high performers. I also have found the level of, I'm gonna call it a lack of communication, because I have spent hours with students who are mad at this student, this person said this about me, I'm gonna fight this person, we're gonna get it on, it's just fisticuffs right now. When did you talk to this person? When did they say it? Well, I've never talked to them. Well, how do you know they said it? Because somebody told me. Somebody said something on social media. So what I have taken to doing is like restorative circle type things, where I said, okay, ladies, let's go. And we're sitting at a table, and they all want to fight each other when they've never actually heard the other one say anything. It's all social media. It's all gossipy. So our students amongst each other need to better communicate with one another. I don't think the pandemic helped with this great level of period of time of separation, and now they're all back together again. And some of our kids who missed out on 7th and 8th grade, and then here you're back in school and you're a freshman, they may as well have been in 7th and 8th grade still. I mean, honestly, because their mentality was there still. And we see a lot of that at the high school, working its way out, but it's there. There's a lacking of skills there with how to communicate with other people and acceptance of others. I have seen social media posts that are horrible. The bullying on social media is horrible. So really it's those kinds of things. And I'm in the building all day. And even when the bell rings, it's quiet. It's really quiet. And you only see kids moving around in like little groups of 5, like 5 or 6. You might have a group of 10 boys sometimes, but they're very small groups and they don't tend to intermix. Which to me, I'm like, what's happening? I still am friends with 178 people that I graduated with, and I don't see these kids interconnecting across groups. I was very impressed at the end of the school year, 2 seniors, going to be seniors, came in and said, we want to start a senior club. And I said, well, tell me what that means. What does that look like? And they said, we want to build community within our senior class. And I said, tell me more. And they were talking about how they wanted everyone included. And I said, they're like, we want people that are running with this group, the athletes, the nerds, the theater people, everybody from every group. We want somebody from every group to be on like our board. Okay. I said, and special needs kids, absolutely the special needs kids. They made up their own flyer. I said, you have to have a mission statement. I need a vision. I need to know. And they made it and they brought it to me. And I said, okay, well, we'll talk again in the fall. So they're trying and they're getting excited about being together. So communication amongst groups, acceptance amongst different groups, anxiety and depression, for sure. There are a lot of students, I've seen a lot of students who are, parents are leaning towards, I want a 504 plan for my kid. My kid has anxiety, and the kids will come in, well, I have anxiety. I hear anxiety every single day. The coping skills for that are not there. So it's those things. Those are the big ones. Communication amongst peers and each other, acceptance of others, anxiety, depression. Those are the big ones, and the bullying.
And I might add on to that. I'll turn the floor over here. I don't mean to monopolize all this, but this is a really deep layered.
It is.
You said anxiety, depression, they need 504s, and a lot of students, it's been my experience, have exacerbated anxiety and depression because they think they're going to be put on a 504. And they
It's
don't
a
want that
cycle.
stigmatization. They don't want that knowledge to be even slightly known to anybody, because how embarrassing would that be?
Yes.
And so we have that constant, you know,
I have anxiety, but I'm having more anxiety because I don't want people to know I have anxiety.
right, and I'll learn to mask that better. And if I have to fail in my classroom, I will take that over social humiliation.
I mean, I could give you examples all day long. I see some kids who they don't come from affluent homes, and there's a struggle happening at home. One kid, he's so bright. So he is a thinker. He will give you answers and have a conversation with you, but ask him to do anything, turn anything in. It's not gonna happen. He has a reputation for being a troublemaker. He's bright, but he is emotionally stunted. There are so many things going on in his personal life and at home that he produces nothing. What he wants to do at school is talk to people. He wants that interaction, that he is craving that to the point where he will seek out inappropriate times to go find it from a teacher that he likes. He'll go and interrupt the class.
He's solving a problem.
Yes, he is fixing that need he's got right then, because he can't sit there and focus. He can't do those things right now because his brain is elsewhere.
So in a recap real quick, I appreciate everything that you're doing. I feel that the SELs are not mandatory though, am I correct on that? They are not mandatory.
That's correct.
Okay, so tell me one more time, Ms. Scott, I'm so sorry. The three that you brought up, suicide prevention, safety, and social inclusion are considered what, are called what?
They're health education requirements, but
Health education.
there are 3 hours, so it's 1 hour per topic area, per grade level per year.
Okay.
If you got all that.
Yeah.
Yes, I know.
That's a lot.
And I received clarity on that. in
To
the
go
fall.
into effect in 2023.
Correct. You have to have a way to adopt those standards by July of 2023. And no school that I know of, in the area has health class every year. So everyone is kind of asking very similar questions. I've been with regional directors. Some of them are starting to look at the program that we have found. So everyone is kind of looking like how can we fill in these new requirements, because most of our students, as you know, they don't have health every year.
Okay, so my wrap up on this again is big topic. I think we can have great impact. Vendors are vendors. Sometimes you need them, sometimes you can circumvent them and do a lot of fun, innovative, effective internal things through honest dialogue and understanding and taking chances and tweaking and going back, throw that out, keep this, try this. It's mental health. And that's what drives, that innovate. But again, as a board member, I feel that we put the cart before the horse, and we need to partner and go back and remedy that so that we can say that we fulfilled our policy requirements as board members. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Anyone else?
I was just gonna say, I think that written piece is so important. As a former educator, I really enjoyed reading a lot of times what my kids had to write, and it gave me a little bit of insight in what was going on at home, what was kind of bothering their environment. And I think that written piece is gonna be so important moving forward. I know even teachers this past year with my, kids that I know have contacted and said, hey, this is something you might wanna look at or consider and things like that. So I think that's a huge piece. So I really enjoy that part of it.
Anyone else?
I'll go back. You want to go?
I was done.
Okay. So first of all, I'm very passionate about mental health. I have been since before coming on the school board. And, luckily being on the school board, you're able to take part in some of the situations like this, give input. The Safe School Alert Line was my passion, because I heard stories from parents who said, to your point, what do you do as a 19-year-old? These kids are in middle school, and somebody, I think back then it was called Xbox, I'm not sure, a parent reached out to me, so-and-so said they were going to kill themselves on Xbox. I'm going, okay, you called me, now I am legally obligated, you know what I'm saying? So then I said, these kids don't know what to do. They don't want to be do they still call it tattletale, snitch? Like that kid doesn't want to be the snitch. And now that parents know, how do we do that? So that's kind of how the Safe School Alert Line came about. Luckily, the board got involved in that. So, little things like that. It makes me happy when we're advancing in even the smallest way, because if it helps one kid help one kid, it was worth the effort to get that done. So I appreciate the passion. A couple of questions I had and then a few comments. One is, who would be teaching these? Is it in health class? I was a little unclear on that.
So at the high school, we'll have our advisory time. They'll call it something different.
Okay.
So it's about 15, 20 minutes during fourth period, I believe.
Do we still have advisory? I thought we got rid of that.
We did not have it.
Okay,
We
that's
have
fine.
it. We're bringing it back.
We are?
Yes.
Okay,
So it's going to be 15, 20 minutes.
okay.
And then the teachers, what else is really good about this is we didn't want our teachers to feel like, oh my God, one more thing we have to head up. How are we gonna plan for
It's
this?
too much,
It's
right.
too much. So the way the lesson plans are written, and it's really kind of a scripted dialogue kind of thing, because not all teachers are comfortable
Mhm.
with those conversations.
Right.
Not
Not all
Dawn and I
adults are. Right.
had that
Yeah.
conversation. She's like, I can talk to you all day long about history.
Right,
I don't like talking about that stuff, but I'm like, I can talk about SEL stuff all day long.
right.
So it helps with teachers who aren't really comfortable with just taking the wheel and let me engage this conversation, because it doesn't come natural for everyone.
And I applaud the teacher who says, you know what, this isn't my area, my
Yeah.
expertise. So kudos to the person who says, not my thing.
Yeah.
There's,
And I think
there's grace in that.
Mhm, absolutely.
Right,
Absolutely. And so that's part of it. So it's like 15 minutes, and it would be on, I think we said it's on Wednesdays, Mondays or Wednesdays. So it's like once a week until there
so we're
are,
gonna take these quizzes every week, once a week.
it's not really a quiz, it's like the video and it's a conversation once a week.
Okay,
So once a week. There are some topics that will happen twice a week, so it would be like 30 minutes total a week. But the kids, the students, when they do the assessment at the beginning, that baseline assessment, it also creates a library specific to them. Not on anything that we haven't already approved. It would come from what we have as a
Our
district.
personalized library.
Yeah, our personalized library. It will bring more that's personalized to them and what they are indicating they need. And they can journal whenever they want.
the parents can opt out at any time,
Of the,
right?
yes,
Or the
or
kids are
opt
not.
out of the
The parents
assessment.
can opt out of the baseline assessment,
Okay,
just like they could the past screener. The health requirements are required to give them. So suicide prevention, social inclusion, and safety prevention, yes, we're
okay.
required to give them. The other videos, parents would have input.
Yeah.
So
So-
the health requirements were required to give.
I guess I'm still a little confused on that, but we don't have to get into the weeds about it tonight because I'm going to comment further. I do agree with Mrs. Zakor on a couple of things she said. So my concern is, right, the community, because I don't work for Tipp City Schools. I work for the community.
Yeah.
I got elected by the community. I report to them. They're my boss.
Right.
So what I don't want is all these parents, hey, my kids don't need to know about this. They don't learn about this. So in my mind, I'm picturing, like, these are the kind of questions we're going to get.
Mhm.
Are the kids taking a quiz? Is there a teacher in there? Is there a verbal component where the teacher is teaching? I guess that's kind of what I'm confused on.
So yes, we can show a lesson plan, right?
Well, I don't
Have
just,
one.
Yeah.
you just broad.
Yes,
broad stroke, yeah.
the teacher leads it.
Okay, so
directs.
are we training these teachers? That
Yes,
becomes,
they will get training at the beginning of the year.
okay, that becomes another whole topic,
Yes.
training these teachers.
And then that's why when the journaling happens, and there are certain buzzwords, firewords they're calling them. And when those firewords come into the journaling, it kicks it to me.
Okay, and the counselors are
And
just you.
one counselor.
Okay,
So just the two of us, that's it.
Gotcha.
So
right.
that's not privy to anyone else. And so, yes, teachers are trained, teachers lead. Students can journal, they can journal as lightly. Some kids might just say, oh, I think motivation is wanting to do something, and they move on. Other kids might get more into it. So that's individualized. There's no requirement on what caliber of response they have to give. Let's see what else.
So my other question would be, because you worry about FERPA, HIPAA,
Mhm.
where's this information going? Are our student records being sold? Because what we don't want is, some student has a situation in college and they say, hey, that kid was suicidal in high school or whatever some things are personal
Right.
and maybe they really weren't suicidal. Maybe some fire word popped up. Maybe they were just screwing around that day. Maybe they weren't, but you're making a pretty big impact on somebody's life. In a lot of these companies sell student information. That's a huge concern to me.
There is a large privacy agreement that base education gives you, just like PASS, and it's one of the
Okay.
lengthy ones where they are not allowed their data breaches, like they are very aware, so it is a long document in
Well,
their contract.
Our guidance, our mental health service provider, they had a breach this year. It happens. They didn't tell us about it,
Things can happen.
but they had a breach. So that's why I asked the question.
Yeah, they do to their very, to the very best of their engineers and tech people protect the data. And the journaling specifically, Mrs. Dunaway, because we've talked a lot about that. At the beginning of the videos for grades 6 through 12, that's just, the journaling feature is only for students in grades 6 through 12, not our elementary kids. They're just watching those videos
Okay.
and they have and talking through it with their teachers. In the journaling feature at the beginning of all the videos, it says a trusted adult can read what you are writing. So all of the kids know, and I believe that was very important to us, that
Right.
the kids know. We
Right.
have to be transparent with our students.
Agreed.
And the journaling is only going to the assistant principal at the high school and middle school, who is Jason Watercutter, and one school counselor. So teachers do not get the journaling. It's only, the recommendation was 2 adults. We picked a school counselor and a principal.
Let me see here, what are the questions I had? Let's see. Okay, oh yeah, and the other thing too is, this has been going on for like a year now with local school boards, CRT, SEL, base education, it's all coming up. And local school boards do have the option to say no. Recently, there was a school district, Crestwood Schools,
Yeah.
they adopted a policy. They said, we're not doing this, we're not teaching it. And so to say that we're trying to meet the state requirement, we really don't have to do that. Go ahead.
Correct. Sorry, I was nodding. You do not need to.
So I don't want to scare our community and
Yes.
say, we're not gonna be, that's not true.
We only have to do those health standards.
Right, these 5
Correct.
people here have the ability to say, this doesn't match up with our community.
Correct.
It's not what our community
Correct.
wants for whatever reason. I'm not saying it's gonna happen, but we do have that option. And the other thing is, I do feel like we kind of put the cart before the horse instead of the horse before the cart, because it's another situation where the board got blindsided. We didn't know that this was going on. And Mr. Stefanik, I did come to you last summer because I had a parent reach out to me about CRT and SEL. So you know that this has been on my radar for a long time. And you helped me, you gave me the books. I took them to the parent, they went through the books. And I brought them back to you, I think after the school year was over. And I said, hey, what? Was it like, it was like a week before school, or it doesn't matter.
It was in the spring.
Yeah, and I said, hey, this parent went through these with a fine tooth comb, and we have nothing in the 5 books. I mean, it was different grade bands. I think she asked for health, science, I forget which books. There was nothing, right? And so then I felt a little blindsided when we got the email from you on the Friday board update. You said the district is adopting base education. Well, that's not your responsibility. It's the board's responsibility to adopt curriculum, not yours. And I just felt like, wow, I was just in your office. That would have been a great opportunity for you to say to me, hey, just to let you know, we've been working on this as a team since the fall. I just felt like, where's the transparency between board members and the superintendent? That just kind of got this whole thing. And I don't want to, these people have been working hard on this, but we all need to be a team and work together. So you don't blindside somebody with a conversation this big. That's not okay. And the other thing is, I applaud, everything Ms. Cooper said. I love that we have 2 new people at the high school because you're coming in with fresh eyes. And I also love that you don't live in the community, because you are literally, you're looking at it as an observer who sees everything. And with 25 years experience, you're here for the kids. You don't know Billy from Susie you're seeing just a raw human who may be hurting, and you don't know who their family member is, what sport they play, you're looking at them as individuals. And that piece has been missing in our district for quite some time. So I feel like the value that you bring, you and Mr. Barnes, is, I cannot say enough how much the positivity at the building just in 1 year. I do have 2 kids in that building, so I know a lot about your particular building. It has been a game changer, an absolute game changer. To have people in that building who are approachable to our students has been a very, very missing piece. So please, yourself and Mr. Barnes, I know there's days that we all come to work, your job, my job, where we say, oh my gosh, why do I get out of bed in the mornings? But that little note that you got when you're in Miamisburg, the kids that maybe when you're doing lunch, the lunch cafeteria, when kids actually have a conversation with you, that's a huge compliment, because at this age, kids are very private. They're starting to, as they should, push away from adults a little bit, try to be their own adult. So to know what you bring to the table, just know what an impact you've made on so many people in that building, you and Mr. Barnes. So I'm not knocking this program at all. I just think there's a lot of kind of getting through the weeds that needs to happen. And like I said, the school board has the ability to say no. My other issue is, what do we do when things aren't what they're supposed to be, right? So you know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So that's not your issue. It's a district issue. So I just feel like we're being a little disingenuous, because our building leaders are seeing these kids every day, Flores, Watercutter, Barnes, and Cooper. But the district isn't doing our job. When we have parents or students who come forward and say, I have a legitimate concern, my coach is bullying me, and the district goes, yeah, whatever, we're just gonna blow that off. So if our building leaders are coming to us with a program this big, we need to do our end on the district end, on the back end, and start taking things seriously and say, here's what the biggest comment I got out of Ms. Cooper's speech. What is the why? Why are we having so many increased cases? Why? Is it, Ms. Cooper said bullying. Well, sports, there's a lot of bullying that goes in sports. How are we holding our coaches accountable? What if, and I'm not saying it's happening, what if there's a classroom teacher and the same kids, now I don't know who these people are. I'm not a principal. I'm not an assistant principal. I'm not a guidance counselor, but I can tell you one thing for a fact. Those people who I just named, they know the people that need more work. And maybe, I'm not saying what to do with them. They need trained. But the district needs to recognize that and say, hey, Bob Smith, we've had quite a few kids come forward and say they're not comfortable in your classroom. So we need to support our building leaders and our guidance counselors and Mrs. Scott. And we need to get serious on the district end and stop blowing off these conversations. These aren't fun conversations, but if we truly, truly care about the kids, which we say we do, I don't think we do, because I haven't seen us get serious and address serious issues. So I'm willing to support this, but I'm asking the district to step up and quit putting a blindfold on and being an ostrich, because that's not helping anybody. And it's making their jobs harder, because they're cleaning up the messes that the district doesn't have the backbone to clean up. So that's my 2 cents. Sorry, I did not mean to interrupt you.
No,
You're allowed to share.
I just
Yeah.
wanted to share real quick that, so the trauma-informed care piece
Yes, ma'am.
will be so good at the beginning of the year with addressing social emotional needs of students, for teachers to know what to look for. And it's
Yeah.
a lot about brain development, which I'm a big nerd about the neuroscience
Yes,
piece.
me
So
too.
yeah,
Me too.
it's so fascinating. I love it. So that's a huge training that's gonna happen at the beginning of the year. And then I also did, book study with some teachers at the high school this year, on Changeable, which is a Dr. Stuart Avalon book, who he works with Dr. Bruce Perry. And it's the brain science behind it and working with kids. And,
Sure.
it was pretty great to hear one of our teachers, he just like gravitated towards it and what the approaches were, because it talks about different approaches you use with kids. And the plan B is the one that's the collaborative problem solving. And he actually came down and told me, he said, this student will say Susie.
Yeah.
you know Susie, and I'm like, oh, I know Susie, and he said, you know, she got like this, and I just waited a few minutes, and then I did plan B, and I said, and how'd that go? And he goes, it went great, and so he was really excited, so they are getting excited about these topics.
Right, and if there are staff, like we said in our earlier part of the conversation, if this isn't what they want to do, heck, then just come forward. We don't want you doing something that you're not comfortable. There are some people that this is more their personality. And speaking of the science of it, are you familiar with a chain called Mathnasium? Okay, so they kind of do that. It works with the math and how the brain works. And you have a child that isn't learning, and it's not because there's like a brain part, the neuroscience that goes with it. One little thing clicks, and all of a sudden their whole world changes. So I see the merit to all of this, but in order for this to be successful, the district has to start getting serious about addressing serious issues, because until then, you all are wasting your time because we're not doing our part in helping you be successful. So that's all I have to say. Oh, wait, how does NCC factor in now? Because, right, the mental health service provider, are they gonna be part of this? Are they not gonna be part of this? So this is like separate.
This is separate.
Okay, gotcha. Those are one of the questions I forgot. I had a lot of questions. I think that's on mine.
Anyone else?
And then I'm gonna give everybody else a chance.
Go ahead, Mrs. Ford.
Getting back to those 3 requirements in 2023, suicide prevention, safety, social inclusion. Let me give you a very key example of social inclusion. I know critical race theory is a big nationwide, debate and topic. In our district, we have a 13% so-called disabled population. That's huge. 13%, it might be 13.5. I haven't looked at the numbers recently. It's big. And to my knowledge, you look at our racial population, which is like, I don't know, like 0.1 of, I believe, African-American, Asians, maybe, it's very, very low. The point is, when you look at the subsets, there's no denying that the biggest subset in our district is the disabled. And have we ever done any programs on a district-wide or a school-wide? And I'm talking about a program that starts breaking it down and educating from a certain grade all the way through 12. So when they graduate, they'll be able to tell you the difference between a visible and an invisible disability. They will be able to tell you about acquired disabilities versus congenital born with disabilities. They will be able to tell you and distinguish this, which will not only help their perception of other people and understanding, it will also perhaps prepare them for their own child or a blended family, a child that comes into the family, or if they become a teacher and have that particular. So this is my great disappointment in some of these grandiose programs, that we're not hitting things that are right here in our backyard that we can do. And starting with that education. And by the way, have we ever celebrated the great accomplishments that come out of atypical neurology? Have we ever really talked about the great inventions of the Einstein who got kicked out of school? They couldn't handle him. Have we ever celebrated Pete Shumlin over the governor in Vermont, I believe, who has a very strong case of dyslexia and still needed his aides to read to him as the governor of that state, but created great problem-solving skills outside of the box, because that's what they do to have to get through at any level. This is one example, and I'm sorry, but we are behind on this.
They're trying to fix that.
And we need to fix that. And this is a good starting point on social inclusion, because I'm going to tell you something else, what the data supports. That when you look at race, economics, and disabilities, the disabled rank the lowest. They rank the lowest. They rank below the economically disabled. They rank below any race. And that's why we see our prisons full of so many inmates that never got the treatment they needed when they needed it. And the recidivism is just continually going. We, in our little small corner of Tipp City, can do so much. And I believe it's part of this social, emotional learning, that we have to start helping each other understand what's going on in people's lives right next to them in the classroom. They can have a teacher that has dyslexia. They can have a teacher that has anxiety. They can have a teacher that's ADD.
And I do think that the conversations that will come out during these lessons will build a bridge between our students and our teachers.
And
Because when you have
that.
conversation about things other than the academic content right in front of you,
Yes.
that's where the relationship starts.
Yeah.
So that's kind of like when I was talking to the teachers about when we do our new approach for PBIS next year. And it's like, you know, they get the tickets for displaying certain things, and they can trade them in, and a lot of people are like, oh, I shouldn't have to like bribe them. It's not about that. It's not even about that ticket. It's not about the prize they changed the ticket in for. It's about the teacher acknowledging that kid in that moment and saying, hey, that is the relationship. That moment is what it's about. It's not about the things. The things are just an added part of it, but it's the contact between the adult and the student.
So in my sum wrap up, in social inclusion, we naturally try to think about, you know, the variance in sexuality, or the difference in skin colors and ethnicities and all that, which is fine and well. But right here in Tipp City, I think we need to start with the big enchilada, which is the 13% disabled population. And let's get going on elevating all of us, students and staff, on what that looks like, and the upsides and the downsides, you know,
Yeah.
and really have honest conversations and start grooming, if you will, our younger people coming up. So by the time they graduate, they're like, yeah, well, what do you know, like, I can help you understand a little bit about an acquired brain injury and the left hemisphere versus the right, you know, just little things. So it's not the belittling, it's the understanding and supporting.
I will say this, at our jamboree after the fact, we got an email from a teacher of our special and their students had, and how all of our students were so gracious to them and included them in all the carnival games, and just how it was great and how they had so much fun.
And another quick thing you can do is not only have these little festivals and celebrations and discussions and promotions, you can also start having on a small scale international days, where every month you choose a whether it's Asian culture.
We're down to one Asian.
Whether it's down, no, I mean, I'm serious. It's just
Short day, 1 hour.
It's just something to bring in. Yeah.
I did do the Hispanic American Heritage Month this year.
Okay, and then you can do something on the Middle Eastern, the Northern
Yeah.
Africans. I mean, there's a lot to
There's a
talk
lot.
about.
Yeah.
There's a lot to go around the world.
Oh, yeah.
And that's what I consider real inclusion, real preparation for the real world.
Yes.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you very much for your presentation.
Well,
All right, Mrs. Dunaway.
sorry, one last question. I had too many, I highlighted. So all of this is great and wonderful. We all have the same amount of hours in our day. We don't want you living at the high school. So I love your passion, but passionate people take on too much and they get burnt out. So, you know what I'm saying? How are you going to add all of this, still be the rock star that you've been for the last year? You don't have to tell me, it's rhetorical, but we're talking about mental health. You need to take your own advice.
Yeah.
Something has to give. If the district needs to help you, if the district is passionate about this program, then the district needs to help you and say, she's one person, she's not three. How can we help her? She deserves her mental health too. So don't let it overwhelm you. Sometimes the caretaker needs the caretaking and they don't ask for it. So I'm going to throw it back on you with what you tried to put on us.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I'd like to know, where do we land on fulfilling our policy obligations to approving this curriculum, textbooks, however we define it, our policies? Where do we go from here to remedy that and have that discussion, including if it goes through vetting the videos and the like? Because that's also part of the approval process that is required of the board, this board.
Are you directing that to Mr. Stefanik?
Yes, I
Well, what we have to do is we have to put it in that, if that's the wishes of the board, put it into that textbook category. And we have to go back and in addition to the presentation today, we've got to set up, ways for the board to, vet the materials that are going to be used. And then answer more questions until everybody, has the information that they need to bring it to a vote.
And just, I don't think.
Well, we're just trying to follow policy.
Yeah, I don't think it's a wish as
Yeah,
much
it's just
as it is
policy.
a policy procedure.
Right.
I understand, but there, different interpretations put educational materials in different categories. And so this being a tool to get some things done, some of it being in health and some of it being, it's not the full health program. It's not the full, mental health or SEL program. And so in my experience, every single thing that's used in a classroom hasn't been brought to a board to be approved. And so, but if there's a belief that this is at the level of textbook adoption level, then we will put the textbook adoption process, in play.
Well, it meets the definition of an electronic textbook, online service, electronic medium, learning process through electronic means. It does have a separate price tag, I believe about 22,000.
22.5.
22.5. So it does have a separate price tag. It does meet the definition of this. And our policies are written that says approve all textbooks used in the educational program of this district. It is the legal responsibility of the board to do that. And then that's just on textbooks. Then I can also, in interest of time, I'm not going to do it, but adoption of course study and curriculum development. So I do think that they're commingled clearly and that it's a necessary element that the board needs to fulfill.
Anyway,
Well, I would also add that it's very important, A, because it's policy, but B, what if we aren't here in 2 years, right? I mean, I think your terms, you'll be here in 2 years. What if we're not here in 3 years? I'll say 3. None of us are here in 3 years. Everyone on the side of the table. And then, let's say Mrs. Scott isn't here, maybe Mrs. Right? So now we have, everything's all loosey-goosey. Well, people are going, well, what does the policy say? What do you mean all these videos? Parents are coming into the board meetings. They want people's heads on platters. That my son told me that he watched some video, blah, 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 blah. They were supposed to be parents have the option to opt out. And at the board meeting on whatever, July 11th, 2022, they said they wouldn't put such and such video because it's completely grossly inappropriate. Well, now all of a sudden, the next generation, the people, we haven't protected the people that are going to fill our spots. So we have to have something, because how are we going to hold people, to my earlier point, the district has to help these people do their job. If we're not holding people accountable, we're not helping them be successful. If we don't have anything in writing and we're not approving anything, guess what? You can't hold people accountable. Am I crazy? I see the problem here. We need to get stuff in writing and it needs to be approved to protect everybody. Staff, student, administrators, board members, all of us. Common sense.
thank you. Next item is item 2B, facilities discussion.
Morning. I have to step out for
Have a
this
good
one.
evening.
Thank you.
Happy summer for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
At the June 27th meeting, would the board like me to take a second and rerun the copy of
Oh, I have it.
the presentation from the 27th? or the document from the 27th? I can do it real quick if you need.
I think I have that.
I don't think I have that with me.
Was it an email or was it?
I have it.
No, I handed it out.
It was at the last
I
meeting.
just presented
This
it.
one's-
It's what I had.
I know, I
I
just
know, I
have
just
a copy.
I don't have it, so I think you.
Yeah, well, you just make, yeah,
I've got my copy
I
sometimes.
don't know if I have one.
I don't bring every material I receive.
Okay.
for meetings.
You got it.
Mark, do you want this one back?
No, he's got another one.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna use-
Had writing on it.
I'm gonna use this opportunity to grab a water. I'm gonna use the restroom. Oh, I would too. I'll take the back one.
Okay, you're faster.
I'm not faster.
Didn't they say that they were not gonna be bringing it in? But doesn't the discussion we had nullify number 3? I mean, because there's not gonna be. Sorry.
There's no to do that.
I'm good.
Well, I'll take this one. 'cause I
What was
wrote
the-
your- I wrote your comments down.
Okay, thank you.
The only issue is you're printing, half cursive.
I kind of know, I didn't want to think. It's a little.
You're faster than me.
You're good, you're good. I got it.
If you want to start us off in discussion, please.
Yes. On the June 27th agenda, we had an item that said recommendation for the board to provide next steps to the facilities committee. There were a few comments, but again, excuse me, based on the length of the meeting, it was decided to table it to today's work session. So online, email communications, and then the couple of comments in handwritten form on this document were comments that were shared at the June 27th meeting from the board members. And between this and just the FYI email of possible next steps that was sent out to the board as part of the weekend update. Just need to hear the board's thoughts about where they would like to see the facilities committee go next. Is it working to get this information? Is it trying to run a process to select an architect to help guide us through a timeline or sequence of events, so we can get the plans, get the community input, and prepare for a bond at a set time, a bond a referendum on the ballot, and so just conversations. I've been a part of 2 different processes. And in the one process, it was get the architect as quickly as you can, because then the architect has the most experience of anybody, board members or superintendents or treasurers, or business operations folks, because they do building projects day in and day out, as a career. And so in some places, they say get them working with people as quickly as possible. In other places, they want to do some local work first and get some of the processes in motion, and then look for an architect that fits whatever information or processes you've garnered yourself locally. And so just want to get a feel for the board, and then we can take that information to the facilities committee and come up with a recommendation about the next step that we kick into action.
Well, Rick's not here, so, and he's on the facilities committee, so do you know what his preference is? Or has he vocalized that to you?
Not to be able to phrase it, but he was comfortable with the last conversation we had at the facilities committee. So if you go way back, the recommendation to,
The LT ball plan
yes.
with Richley, so that's kind of where,
Well, no.
It wasn't the LT
Not with
ball
ours,
plan.
no, it was the new building at the Broadway site and then the modified renovation
Option B.
and
B2.
Yes, the modified renovation and addition at LT Ball. So that LT Ball would be taking care of grades 4, 5, and 6. Yes. No.
No.
3,
3, 4, 5.
3, 4, 5,
3, 4, 5.
and K1, 2 at the Broadway site.
so here's my question with B.
PK. It has.
Yes. Yes.
So here's my question with B2. Where did we get the dollar amounts? Was that all Richley?
Yes.
So,
Yes, yeah, he did an estimate.
right,
Yeah.
if we were to do B2, I mean, it would only make sense to get three bids, because you're going on one person's, you know what I'm saying? One could be 51 million, one could be 45, one could be 50, you don't know.
For sure. That's where the piece about,
Yeah.
When do we get the architect in the fold?
Right,
And so,
I'll go with the majority of the board, whatever the majority of the board decides, I'm gonna go with. My opinion is that we need to slow down, because I have no idea where all this came from. It just kind of one day plopped on our laps, and it's like, this is what we're doing, we're going with B2, and it's like, whoa, we've had no community engagement, we've had no staff engagement, we've had no board engagement. So to slap me with the $51 million idea that I had 2 seconds to digest, probably not the best approach. So what I said at the last meeting, again, one person, I'll do whatever the majority wants. It is what it is. We need to reach out to however many people, 3, 5, 8, whoever wants the work, whoever
we
wants the
just
job,
posted, we
whoever
just
can fit us in. And what you say is, obviously, here's our current configuration. We're 5 physical buildings. Here's a caveat. We also own this piece of land. So you kind of get there. If you were to get this job, it's like when you buy a house, we are gonna, what would you do with my home? And you get their ideas. And going back with what I said at the last meeting, somebody might come in and give us this aha thing where we're going, how did we miss that? How did we not see the forest of the trees? So my idea is to, I guess, kind of start from scratch, at least from the standpoint of getting fresh ideas in here and not being married to, something that we don't know if it's the best marriage or not. So, but I'll go with the majority. Whatever.
Anyone else? Is it court? Mrs. Gum?
Never.
No, I was just reading through it and trying to process like this whole thing. So I'm just,
It's a lot.
Yeah.
It's overwhelming.
Yeah.
But I do agree with Mr. Stefanik. The architect is the quarterback of the whole program.
Yeah.
From the whole process, the levy, they walk you through, when you start with when you want to go on the ballot and you work backwards.
Right.
And that's where like I said, the architect is the quarterback. Mike Richley led us through every step of the process. We had our deadlines, our timelines, and boom, boom, boom. We had hitter. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's my suggestion, but I'll go with the flow.
Well, to go with the how much information there is and where a recommendation came from. The facilities committee tried to process the 5 or 6 options on that page, and just said from bopping around ideas about those 5 or 6 options, facilities committee said, the one that we came closest to, and not just consensus, but I mean, 100% head nods, was B2. But again, it's only if the board's comfortable with using that recommendation. You still have those 5 options, just like Ms. Dunaway says, once we pick an architect, the architect could come in and could say, hey, I got option 6, I got option 7, I've got option 8, and they might be better than the 4 or 5 that we have out there. That chart is where we just like
Right.
the brainstorming possibilities that are there if we wanted to use any past information. So, can LT Ball be renovated, have a little bit added on and still qualify as a new building project? Yes, this community's already done that, through OFCC. And so that is a possibility that can count as a new build. And then you look at a new build or renovation for the other site. And so we've got some information. And if we wanted to, put the RFQ process out there to see what architects come forward and say, this is what we can offer for you, then we have, a pool of candidates for an architect. And then when said architect comes in, we present this envelope and go, here's some of the kind of stuff we've been talking about. What else do you have to bring to the table? And then that person or group, an architectural firm group, tells us what's your target, what are you shooting for when you want the bond referendum out there, and again, working your way backwards. If you want it in this date, then by this date you have to have this done, by this date you have to have this done, by this date you have this done, and you get back to like next week. What should we be doing, as of July?
We also have 177 apartments going in, so we have to think about that. We have to allow for room for that. That's a new thing that,
Now, what was on a previous plan was there was a plan to add an additional classroom, not necessarily to use it, but an additional classroom per grade level. And so what you're doing is you're looking at 20 plus students, per grade, so 13 grade levels, looking at a potential 260 extra students at some point, might be in there. So we're planning for that, not in this packet, but in the packet that you were trying to get passed in 2018.
the other thing you need to firm up is your OFCC stuff.
Right.
Like we need to get that firmed up because that's going to tell us when we can go on the bond too. Like, you know what I mean?
Well, the piece of that, again, the piece of that from the information we've already received from OSCC, when we set the date for the referendum
We get back in.
and when we apply has to be inside of a calendar year. And so, when we go and apply and we're going to be, lost the letters, but we've got to be able to come up with our funding, our local funding.
Local share.
Inside of a year of when we apply for that option through FCC.
Gotcha.
So when we get that date set, then we can immediately go in and stick our application, back in there, with that department.
Mark, when you just said, point of clarification here, you said that we have to secure our local or our funding, we have to secure the entire project through a levy, and then we apply and get a portion of that essentially refunded, and we're able to satisfy some of that debt. But we're taking on the entire amount, and then there's a certain amount that the OSCC would approve and certain that they would just be determined to be a local initiative. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, they actually have, they have a percentage that we would qualify for in the project. And then if we would make a differing decision than their recommendation, then that percentage of their of the state participation in the project starts to drop back a little bit and becomes more of a higher percentage of locally funded initiative. Yes.
Thank you. Anyone else?
And if it pleases the board, Ms. Hagan, if you have anything to add from the facilities committee or anything like that, you can you can jump in on some of my time if you want to.
I think it was Elps, what you were referring.
Yes, that's it, L.
Anyone else?
Okay,
No, you.
Go ahead, Mrs. Jones.
Okay, so I just want to clarify. So right now, are we deciding anything right now? Or are we still just going through the process of chatting? I just want to make sure I understand what we're doing.
So procedure, this is a work session.
Okay,
The work session exists as a result of the facilities committee having made a recommendation to the board that was not accepted. As a
Okay.
result of the discussions during that board meeting, I suggested that if the board's not prepared to approve the facility committee's suggested course of action, that we provide the committee some instruction as to what to do next.
yes, I remember that.
And then so as part of that, we all sent our stuff over to Mr. Stefanik. And then here we are today. So right now, I think what we're trying to do is discuss various ideas and thoughts of the board members, what they think needs to occur. And then following this discussion, I would suspect the next step would be for someone to make a motion. Makes sense to me that that would occur when we have all board members here. But no one's precluded from making that motion today as to what they feel should occur, or what we should do next as a school district or as a board, whether that includes the facilities committee or not, is really irrelevant. It's whatever you wish to do. But this discussion arose as a result of my suggestion that we might need some more direction as the committee. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Go
I'm
ahead.
good. No, I understand that because I kind of talked with Mr. Stefanik too, so I could get clued in today. So I know what I think the next step would be. So I'm good.
Would you like to share your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think getting an architect and kind of moving through this process is probably going to be our best bet because, and I don't know who necessarily to work with. I have an idea of who I think we should work with because they know the facilities. But I think we've got to get started on this because as far as like the parent board that you started, I can't remember what it's called. That was one of the things that the district parents are most concerned about is facilities. So I think that it's something that's at the forefront of everyone's mind right now. And so they're really paying attention to it. So the sooner we get started, I think the better to get community involvement and keep going through the process.
And again, pardon my interruption here, but this was a discussion item, but at any point, my understanding of board training, if somebody feels passionate enough and wants to make a motion,
Yeah.
you can make a motion at the end of the discussion to get something started.
Correct. This is a correct.
So on your notes down here, Mr. Stefanik,
Yes.
the cost, was there any inquiry about the EPA guidelines for the mercury for the Broadway Gymnasium in terms of dismantling that? Or is there even any talk about maybe keeping that gym portion? If there is a demolition of the building?
Yeah, I don't have my entire folder here, but the removal of it was part of the energy optimizers, quote that they put out there, which is a booklet, not on the chart that you
It's not
have. No, it's the actual report of their proposal, their actual proposal book.
I don't have one.
I think you got it electronically.
And I think everybody got
We
that.
didn't present the book with the plastic binder.
Okay, so even electronically.
Yeah, I think it was electronically.
Do you remember like what timeframes? So I can go back and what it was called?
Yeah, that paper, it's at the top of the, I wrote that date.
I'll look at that again.
That was when the proposal was given to us. Energy.
March 1st.
Should be around March.
Yeah, so it's somewhere late February, early March.
And then,
And
so,
if you can't find it, let me know and I can kick it out.
so there is some address to that in terms of the cost of that mercury floor if you dismantle it.
Yes,
Okay.
that was part of the renovation project.
And then was there anything also in that booklet? Because I know it wasn't, excuse me, on the architect's comparison in terms of trailer costs. Bulldoze Broadway, and then you have to use trailers for the classrooms.
Energy Optimizer did not believe that modular classrooms would be required. However, I think that there's some contrary discussions and thoughts related to whether that would be realistic or not by Mr. Richley. He was under the impression that that would be a very hard timeline to satisfy, given the scope of the project. I could be wrong on that.
Well, I think he said that the Energy Optimizers project was a 4-year project. And if you stretch it out to 4 years, then you can do every site independently. And so then you would just move students to whatever the completed sites were. And so you would not need mobile classrooms. When Mr. Richley was talking about it, he said, I'd like to see a year taken off of that. And so then if you would take a year off of it, most likely you would need, some mobile classrooms for some of the grade levels.
Right, because that 4-year time span would like havoc on the price of materials,
Yes,
especially with what we're going into economically right
Yes,
now.
yes. So that, those are
So
the
we don't
discussions.
have, in other words, we do not have a set of numbers to look at those mobile units.
No.
Should we need them?
Well, we do have the numbers. And so when Mr. Richley looked over the Energy Optimizers plan, because when we first met with Energy Optimizers, we were asking for them to prepare us a renovation plan that would provide us a facility that is essentially up to every single standard that a new building would have. And what the cost of that would be. And what they presented was not necessarily that. And we had suspicions of that because there were a lot of things that when we were asking them, because their proposal was excellent, was really gracious of them to do it. I'm not being critical, just they were trying to save costs here and there, that they were sacrificing certain things I think that were important to some of the members in the committee. And so once we understood that everything that we felt would be included wasn't necessarily part of the proposal, we wanted to understand that better. And so Mr. Ritchie volunteered to kind of identify that. Energy Optimizers and Mr. Ritchie cooperated together, and that generated that spreadsheet. The modular classroom costs as they existed and the costs related to that were part of the spreadsheet on the original LT Ball amount. But when Mr. Richley, I think, gave us an updated number of what it would be, it wasn't for these options necessarily, it was for the LT Ball renovation, the previous project. That included the modular classroom in that number. And I think, what was it, like, do you recall, Mrs. Hagan, what the number was for the modular classrooms? It might have been on that spreadsheet. At the bottom right, maybe on that bottom right, like near the bus garage, if my memory serves.
No, this is something different. Okay.
You, however, the board was also provided that document in one shape or fashion.
I don't know if they were or not, to be honest. On that particular one.
We didn't get an updated one. We still have the original one that was circulated by Mr. Stevens, correct?
I believe so, the one from 2019.
If that's the case, that the board members would have been provided that. But I guess what I'm saying is we do have those numbers, and it's not an inexpensive number. It's several $100,000, if not with the modular classroom.
Then my next question is, just because I'd like to hear it, I guess, we own the land out on Michael's.
Sorry, I'm looking at all the different charts and I just don't see mobile classroom listed as that.
Yeah.
Maybe
they have a different name for them.
So my next two questions real quick, the land on Michael's, what's the reason? Because we didn't talk about that at all. I just want to hear
We should though.
put it to rest, whatever it is. And then the last question that what was it? I already forgot it.
Those apartments are gonna be right over.
Shoot. The land at nothing, or Nevin, and then, we don't have anything that says Broadway is not repairable, it's not. So we don't really have anything that says it's not renovatable or whatever.
No. And to go back to state what Mr. Patry said, we also don't have what I would call full renovation cost. So the renovation piece that we have would be the educational spaces. The educational spaces are defined, and I believe the energy optimizers plan would keep the educational spaces defined as they are. When I look at full renovation, I've been, part of a project where interior walls came down. They renovated the educational spaces, and pretty much you didn't know, where you were in the building when the renovation project was done.
Right.
That's the cost we don't have
We don't have
right
that.
now. Yes.
And then do we have any answer about the out by the Michael's 25A? It's really not in a discussion piece at all. And I just wondered what the wrap up on that is.
I can give you guys a full rundown of the committee's discussions and considerations, a lot of those questions. I'm glad to, if you guys ask all your questions, I can at least provide the feedback. I thought we discussed it, but
Well, what is though the quick wrap up on not discussing anything out there? Just
well, it was discussed.
not further discussions. Let me put it that way,
Okay.
because it's not on this chart.
No, so I think it's helpful to understand, at least for me, to kind of recite a summary of when I came over the committee, because I can't necessarily speak for too much about what occurred beforehand, and what the committee considered and how the committee came to its recommendation. And I can summarize or try to relay as much as I can based on my memory, which is obviously imperfect on certain aspects related to Michael's traffic study, things of that nature. And then Mrs. Hagan, feel free to let me know if I don't have a complete picture, and Mr. Stefanik as well, since you're in the committee. But when I joined the committee in 2019?
Well, your whole career, your whole term, it's your second and a half year.
20.
January.
Yeah.
Yeah, at that time, the committee was pursuing approval from the OFCC of the plan as it was presented versus as it was written. Essentially, the plan that was presented included not tearing down the school and keeping it. And the plan that was approved by the OFCC required that we were going to tear down the school. That's an imperfect summary. It's imperfect, but it's concise, and it, I think, generally describes the issue that existed. As a result of that, the administration went back to the OFCC because they were under the impression that even though the written agreement said that the OFCC was okay with it. I don't know, and I guess from my perspective, I don't really care what happened at that point in time. All I care about is moving forward. And the OFCC at that time said, we approve you maintaining and not tearing down the school, and they were going to approve the project as it was presented to the community. And so then what we were going to do at that time is then come back to the board and see if the board was still in favor of that plan as it was presented. We started discussions and board meetings related to that plan. In anticipation of that, certain concerns were raised during those board meetings, including the gymnasium being open and not having defined walls, things related to the second story not having high enough railings or potential fall risks. There was discussions related to the traffic study. There were discussions related to why we were pursuing this when we had the 25A Michael's Road property and various other issues. And then the committee was getting ready to discuss those items, and then COVID hit and we were told that everything was on hold. The committee reconvened, I think, last year. At that time, when that meeting was called, I think Ms. Hagan may have called it. I don't know how it came to be, but there was already work underway to evaluate and analyze whether Broadway and Nevin Coppet could be renovated and essentially abandoning what the committee had been pursuing. I don't know how that came to be. I don't have a value judgment as that came to be. It just wasn't what it was. And so the committee then pursued understanding whether Broadway could be renovated and Emmett could be renovated. My only feedback and suggestion to the committee was that we needed facilities committee or facilities needs of the district addressed as quickly as possible in a way that provided the district the best return on investment. And to me, that meant we're going to do something that's going to be around for a long time. That's going to include getting some state money so that taxpayers, to the extent we can, we get some of the money that we pay to the state of Ohio back into our local community. Because of that, I was in favor of the old plan. The committee then came back and energy optimizers, I'm not sure how they came to be, but we had a committee meeting that was called and they presented this renovation plan. During that discussion, a lot of the committee members wanted to ensure that the plan as it was presented by energy optimizers was providing us an apples to apple comparison of a full renovation and providing us the same facility that we would have if we did a new build. Reason that was important is that I was under the impression at the time that doing a full renovation of Broadway and Nevicopic in a way that would provide us the same type of quality of building that we would have with the new build, including the technology changes, et cetera, would result in us not being able to get school funding because the cost of doing those renovations to that extent would approach 90%, if not exceed it. And the threshold at the time, I think it's a moving target, was approximately 76%. Does that sound about right, Mrs. Hagan? So essentially, in other words, if you were renovating your own building, you couldn't get state funding if it exceeded 76% of the cost of a new build. And it was my understanding that that would always be the case. And so Energy Optimizers is essentially trying to provide us this feedback. The net result is that we discovered it was not a true apples to apples, and so we sent Energy Optimizers a request essentially to the committee, requested that they come back with a more detailed plan to try to make it more up to an apples to apples comparison. When they came back, we asked additional questions, the committee members did of Energy Optimizers, and we discovered it still wasn't truly an apples to apples comparison. And also we knew that we were not necessarily qualified to really truly understand what that would be. And Mike Richley, was it Mike? Yeah, offered to look and speak with look at the plan, look at Energy Optimizers, and to let us know, whether it was a true apples to apple comparison. Mike Richley came back and indicated that it was not, and that if you did do everything that you needed to, the cost of the project would quickly approach the cost of a completely new build. And so that then gave the committee a lot of insight. During that process, at one point in time, it was suggested that we should find out whether Broadway and Nevicopic are structurally sound. In other words, if they're not, then you can't do renovation anyway. The board authorized a structural engineering report of the structural integrity report. I can't remember what was authorized, but it clearly included an engineer. For whatever reason, I think that what was obtained was a structural integrity report that was prepared by a masonry expert. And then that was also kind of, I think, informally confirmed by a structural engineer who was coming to look at something else or at some of the similar things. But bottom line is we didn't get a structural engineer report. The other thing we discovered or we became educated about as a committee is that you can have a structural engineer do a report or a mason do a report, and it's not going to provide you much more than an educated guess as to the structural integrity of the building, because a lot of things that they're looking at to understand the integrity of the building is the veneer. Essentially, the brick is just kind of the outside of the actual building. You'd have to go inside to really see what the state of everything is. And that when you're doing a renovation like that, there's always a possibility that there could be an issue. But based on the veneer, the outside, things look like it was pretty good. Am I getting pretty close on that, Mrs. Haynes? No. And so, well, that's what was relayed to us, Mrs. Zekor. So then the next thing is that when we discovered that the cost of the building to bring it up to the standards that we as a committee felt that was necessary and appropriate for our school district would approach the cost of a new build, even if Broadway and Nevicopic are able to be renovated, the committee felt that that would be less desirable because the renovation plans required to leave the classrooms in their current configurations, which is deficient for the school's needs, where you have students outside of the classrooms in the hallway with desks. There's all these other issues that would not be addressed. Additionally, because of the way the building's ceilings and the gap between those things are, it would not allow for us to be able to put the appropriate mechanical infrastructure needed in a way that would make sense. And so further, it did not really provide the space I think that the school district needed. And so the committee as a whole did not like then the renovation plan as a suggestion. And that was a unanimous consensus. So based on that, Mr. Ritchie was also very kind enough to kind of go through the history of the different levies that we've had that have failed and kind of presentations that had been provided to past committees or boards and the result of those and how we got to where we are today. That was very informative, at least to me, and I think to some other members of the committee. One of those included a complete tear down and rebuild of at the Broadway site of I think it was a second and third grade, is that right? I can't remember, but it was not going to encapsulate
K2, K7.
yeah, it's a pre-K, kindergarten 1 and 2, like the committee presently recommended. But because of that, I think it gave some of the committee members some thoughts. A lot of the committee members that were present in the school district at the time were really excited about that old suggestion related to the Broadway site. And I think that then, and I was probably the only person at that point in time that was still married to LT Ball renovation. and because I felt that it made sense financially, I was being a little stingy. But through the discussions of the committee, which included Mrs. Hagan, Mr. Spencer, who are essentially the two individuals who are responsible for performing miracles and keeping us operational every day, given our aging infrastructure and mechanical systems. It included Mrs. Robbins, who probably has more institutional memory than anyone on the committee, related to what's occurred in the past, related to the campaigns as well as the proposals for facilities. It included myself, Mr. Maines, Mr. Stefanik, and then Mrs. Junker was added prior to the, I guess, outright abandonment or renovation and prior to the recommendation. It might have been after the renovation. I don't think the renovation was abandoned completely until we recommended an option actually. So prior to that, and she was also part, Mrs. Junker, obviously representing the teacher side of it. Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Fox as well. I'm getting to you too. But Mrs. Junker representing the teachers' kind of thoughts and relaying those to us. And after multiple discussions between these individuals as well as the money that could be available, the committee determined that we should not pursue the LT Ball plan. During all those discussions, there were things discussed, including the traffic study. The traffic study essentially indicates that there is a traffic issue on Hyatt, that as it currently stands, the traffic is excessive and results in too much traffic, just to say it plainly. So there's also a recommendation that was explored, I think, as part of the traffic study or following it, in relation to adding a turn lane into can't recall the street, but it's the street where you go into the football field there. Is there a name for that street?
You mean just the extended?
The extended drive that goes to LT Ball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just. the-
Thank you.
it's the
Extended drive.
Yeah. It feels like a street, but yeah,
Yeah.
so,
Then we'll have to take out the basketball court that we just put in.
so then they,
Oh, well.
no, it had nothing to do with removing a basketball. It did not. So they were gonna put a turn lane,
It may not,
well,
where it is now, where the
Yeah,
ramp,
we
where
just
the
put it
ramp
there.
was, it might.
The ramp
cut
will
right
be
across
on
that,
top of the
but-
basketball court.
But it wasn't there when the traffic study was done. It was
thank
just
you,
put
Mrs.
in.
Dunaway. All right, so I guess it does include but the bottom line is that they want, by putting some type of turn lane there, whether it's where President was, you would alleviate the traffic, and the traffic would then come to a level that was deemed to be within your kind of normal parameters or acceptable parameters. I'm not saying it's gonna be a race car track, but it's gonna be within what they consider.
Still gonna be a mess.
The report was it's within normal parameters. Is that correct, Mrs. Hagan? That sound?
We never looked at the
I'm
ramp.
Familiar of the.
We never got any
traffic study.
feedback on the ramp. The ramp was proposed at the last minute because we never had the traffic study results before we voted on this as a community. And then that idea came up after the fact.
Well,
So we don't know.
all right, well, the
how it's
traffic's,
gonna-
I appreciate, you can come back and give your feedback when you have the floor, so don't worry, I'm gonna finish what I'm saying here, is that the traffic study indicated that if you had a drive there, it would bring that traffic back within the acceptable parameters. The other thing that was discussed was the Michaels Road location. And I think a lot of different committee members had different reasons why they didn't like exploring that option. Some members did not like that the students would be across the highway, away from the police department, away from the emergency services like the EMS and things like that. They indicated that they didn't like the fact that it would add to the distance between the buildings that the administration has to travel, things of that nature. Some members indicated that they didn't like exploring that site because it includes a lot of unknowns. It would require a lot of different things, including, exploring infrastructure, putting in, developing like your utility services, plumbing, things of that nature, that are likely avoidable in some of the sites that we are currently exploring, including Broadway. The committee was recommending rather, including Broadway and the Heights site. So based on those discussions, the committee was unanimous in pursuing a recommendation to the board that included a hybrid approach, kind of a modified LT ball levy. And essentially, LT ball would be renovated to address the current infrastructure issues that exist there, as well as to expand it in a smaller fashion so that the classrooms are more appropriate. There's space, there's ability to get in and out of classrooms in a way that's safer in a time of emergency, address the kitchen needs, the HVAC needs, and things of that nature. It was going to include renovating, or not renovating, but demolishing Broadway and then putting in a new building there that would house pre-K, kindergarten, first and second grade. Is that right, Mrs. Hagan?
Mm-hmm.
And then it would include a plan to, we were tearing down Devon, right?
Yeah, but not until the other school buildings were built. That would have been the last
Yeah.
step so that we could utilize them.
Yeah, so we were gonna utilize Devon up to that point and then take Devon down, and then that would also include addressing the traffic created issues by creating some type of thorough way that would get the cars off the street in a way that's orderly and reduce the traffic concerns. Am I missing anything?
Well, the one piece that was brought up, and there wasn't a cost given to it, but in new construction, there's a new law about reinforcing walls for weather safety. And so when you're talking about renovation, that for safety reasons, you'd have to add those types of reinforcement activities to the renovation, and that would add the cost. And I think the cost in here for the new build was like $1.5 million or $2 million just for this, what they call the safety shelter, for the students. And so that would be a piece of the renovation that isn't part of any of the cost structures. And then again, this is going to come out wrong, no disrespect intended to anybody. But one thing that oftentimes is a confusing point in communities is the difference between a bond and a levy. And a couple times this evening, we've had people say levy for the building campaign. Levies are for operational type expenses and bonds are for buildings. And so if we're talking about buildings, BB building bond, if you just stick with that'll help the community know where the priorities are, because that's another discussion this board will have to make. Does the bond come first, or do we address some of our renewal levies? So that's, and so those timelines are coming closer and closer together as well.
Thank you. I know I'm the one that said levy here as well tonight. But so based on all those things, that's how the committee came to its recommendation. Once that, I was still holding on to LT ball, the old bond. And once I heard every committee member outlined their reasoning, and I knew that Mrs. Yunker, or Mrs. Hagan, Mrs. Robbins, and everybody else were really excited about that plan, I let that go. I said, look, my only concern is that whatever we do is going to provide us a return on investment, and that we're going to minimize as much as we can what we have to pay, while maximizing the longevity and return on investment and increasing the amount that we can get from the state. Based on what I've learned, now this is no longer, now I'm transitioning into my thoughts. It's no longer summarization. Based on my time on the committee in the last year and a half or so, I've learned a lot about what we've tried and what we've done and what has failed. I've also learned a lot about, what our school district needs. And being a member of the community, I also have at least my understanding of the people I speak with about what's important to them. My understanding of what's important to the community is we need to address our facilities concerns immediately. We can't wait anymore. Number two, we need to address the facilities committee needs in a way that results in minimizing the amount that our local taxpayers have to bear to pay to get those done. To me, that translates to we need to have state funding. Number three is we are a Tipp city, and we have certain expectations as to what our facilities should include and what it shouldn't include. And that expectation is a higher one than potentially what the OFCC indicates they're willing to pay for. And as a result, you're going to have a local initiative that you have to fund outside of the reimbursement. Based on all of that and all the other thing that we discussed is that there were a lot of concerns in the community related to what would happen to the Broadway site. And that one of the biggest issues that could have impacted the last bond, other than the issue related to the accuracy of the information presented in relation to what was requested from the OFCC organization at the time, is that there was not a plan for that Broadway site. And so the facilities committee's recommendation addresses that Broadway site concern. And it helps preserve having a school building in a location that has a long history of having a school building there. And I think that personally, I think that's a nice touch. And it's being done in a way that's cost effective. And so given all those things, I can't in good conscience pursue a plan that includes a renovation of our buildings, because they are going to be too expensive and they are very unlikely to result in having OFCC funding provided to us. And I don't think I can do that and be a good steward of the community's financial needs. And the next thing is that the only exception that we and I think we've confirmed this on LT ball with the OFCC.
Well, it was for the last plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, it worked for the last plan, and Mr. Richley thought that if they said yes once, then they would most likely say yes again, that it counted as a bid build.
So we don't have absolute confirmation of this, yes, but it is suspected that as it relates to LT ball, the cost of renovation will not exceed the threshold where the OFCC will say no, and they would still provide us some funding. So after hearing everybody's recommendation, that made sense to me. I'm not in favor of developing Michael's Road at this point in time because there's too many unknowns. We're gonna have to go in there and spend money that we don't have to spend. And that's a cost savings. We can talk about where the community is developing and how things are going to move, but we don't know that. That's speculation. What we do know is that the zoning plan, the plans that exist are being amended and modified to change its use. We do have some developments coming in there in that area. We do have apartment buildings that are going to be built in that area, but I don't feel that justifies an unnecessary expense. We just don't know what that site looks like. We don't know what we're going to find once we start to dig. There could be a bunch of limestone there, all these unknowns. Right now, what we do know is that the Broadway site and the Hyatt sites are in the condition we need them to be in to do what we need to do, and they have some utility services that we can utilize, and the ones we can't, well, we'll have to redo those, but it's still a cost savings to the taxpayers. And I think that it also falls in line with keeping kind of the schools where they have been traditionally, which I think is important to a lot of members of the community. I think all those things address the traffic study. And so in my opinion, I like the facilities committee's recommendation. I think that I really like Mike Richley from Richley Architects. I think in his presentation to the committee and to the board, he was very, very neutral, objective, and did not try to sell the committee or the board in any direction, and just answered questions essentially as objectively as you possibly could, including recommending and suggesting that if we do pursue energy optimizers, that he'd be willing to assist in that if needed. And so he clearly presented the information, and at least in my perception of it was in a way that he didn't have a horse race. I appreciate that. And he didn't charge us for it. We've invested a significant amount of money in Richley Architects over the years. I think at least over $100,000 in the last project. We invested in them in the bond that failed related to the Broadway site. I think all the work and the knowledge that he has of the community and his firm has of the community related to those projects is going to be a benefit to us and a cost saving to us. And being familiar with the projects that they've worked on, that would be my number one recommendation, is that we move forward with Richley Architects. I don't believe that RFQ is helpful in this situation because of that. I'm not in favor of starting from day one and scratching everything and starting all over. The need is now, it needs to happen. Thank you. Anybody else?
A question off of something that you said.
Sure.
And it goes to Mr. Corr's question. When you said the committee considered the Michael's Road site in the past, was that to move the entire pre-K to 5 project over there instead of at the LT site? Or was it like a part of the project, you know, like say like maybe instead of Broadway being a Broadway, the Broadway piece would go over there, or what did the group consider?
The committee, I think, considered whether we wanted to explore any development of Michael's Road. I don't think it was specifically discussed as to whether it be the entire project, a part of the project, or any part of the project. And I think that very quickly, the members of the committee kind of just, I think, dismissed it for the various reasons. But Mrs. Hagan, do you have any recollection as to how detailed, I don't think it was a very
I
detailed
don't know about
conversation.
the previous, I know Mrs. Dunaway was on that committee back then. I was not, and I know she probably has more information on what their thoughts were on that area. As for us, in the committee I was currently on, we just talked about the pluses and minuses of no matter who or what building went out there. And so we didn't have set, and you were part of it, Mr. Stefanik, we didn't have set age groups or certain buildings, but what happened prior to that, I don't know, I can't speak on, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and that's my recollection too, is that the discussions related to developing Michael's Road was not defined as far as what building would we put there or anything like that. It's like, is this something that the committee feels is worth exploring? And then discussing the pluses and minuses related to that, which I think I outlined the majority of those, if not all of them, and then kind of just moved into a different direction.
I just didn't know if they thought, let's say you took the whole LT piece out there, if they thought getting it away from the middle school and, you know, that campus would be something that would lessen the traffic on Hyatt, and maybe that area could handle the traffic better. I don't know if any of those discussions came up.
They did not happen. Well, you were part of ours, so you know they didn't there.
No, they didn't have this one. I was talking,
Yeah.
you said that they considered it after.
I was talking about our committee, not anybody else's. All I can talk about is what our committee considered.
Okay.
All right, go ahead, Mrs. Zipper.
Thank you. I just want to piggyback onto something that Mr. Patry said, that renovation of our building is too expensive. I think it's really important that we just stick with what we've received, and none of us really know, you know, we have to rely on the so-called experts. And we have that August 26, 2021 report to Ms. Hagan from Energy Optimizers that we paid for. And it does not say it's a masonry report, as was stated here. It does say it's a structural analysis report to the Tipp City Schools, and it's for the buildings, including Broadway and Central, and in bold underlined. The study has found that all buildings are structurally sound and support a renovation for the long term. Financially, it is more cost effective and environmentally sustainable to renovate these existing buildings as opposed to demolishing and building new. I just point this out that this is not framed in the context of a masonry report. And I'm not vested in any of, you know, I'm gonna go with the flow. I just want the best. I want accurate information to the community so nobody comes back and says, hey, you kind of did a trickaroo at your board meeting and said that that's not rehab. Well, that's really not what this report says from Energy Optimizers, Masonry Restoration Technologies, and what's that other one, Miami Midwest? So I mean, so I'm gonna go by what they say, and according to this report, they say that it is environmentally sustainable and cost effective to renovate versus demolish Broadway, and we don't have anything to the contrary of that. It's been provided.
Point of clarity, there is something contrary to that, and what was stated is that Energy Optimizers indicated that in their presentation of the materials. When the committee met with Energy Optimizers 2 times to go over those presentations of those estimates or their proposals, it was discovered immediately on the first one that their proposal was not including everything that we wanted in the buildings. It was not going to provide us the same exact build building technology, the building layouts, the items that all the school district needs that we would get in a new build. And that's what we were trying to get. We wanted them to present us, can you give us the cost to renovate in a way that's going to be the same as a new build? They said yes, but when we looked into it, it wasn't the case. And in the second report, it was still not the case based on the questions, but we also knew that there could be more that we didn't know. And that's when Mr. Ritchie came in and did a detailed analysis. And what was discovered
I'll
was,
take the floor back, please.
hold on, I just want to know, because you're saying something that's not accurate.
Well, I started.
Mr. Ritchie, you said, no, hold on.
Order,
I'm
Mr.
providing a point of
I
clarification.
don't care. I
All
have
right,
the
fine.
floor. I
Go
did
ahead.
not relinquish the floor to
Take
you.
it. Go ahead, take it.
Thank you very much for your courtesy. So what I want to say is that it does emphasize, the study has found that all buildings are structurally sound and support a renovation. It's not going into detail, does this sink and all these bathrooms match the sink over in the new build? Are they all American standard? Do they all have? No, it's not saying that. I concede that. But it's talking about a structural analysis that was just stated here, that renovation of our buildings are too expensive. And that's not, and that it was, and the analysis that we received was based on a masonry only lens. And that is just not correct. There's nothing in here limiting this to a masonry perspective. I just want to be, we have to be honest with everyone. What we have, you can go on public records request. It's 85 pages long. I only printed out the first two, and it's called Structural Analysis Report for Tipp City Schools. The date of the report is August 26th of 2021. It's in our email, so anybody can, it's a public document. You can get that, and if you want to read 85 pages, God bless you. But this is on the first page, and I just want that point of clarity, that we do not have anything saying that it's structurally unsound or that's structurally more costly than building new. This is what we do have, and until this is refuted, that's what we need to portray to the public, in my opinion.
So
I'll give up the floor.
I'm going to address a couple issues. Mrs. Dunaway, I see you. The energy optimizer, what you're reading off right now is the structural analysis report. And what I said is that we don't have a structural engineer's report. We have a structural analysis report. Mrs. Hagan, am I correct in that was not performed by an engineer and that report was not provided by an engineer? Is that correct?
The structural analysis, that's correct.
Okay. The board authorized a structural engineer's report. I thought it was a structural engineer's report. When I learned it wasn't, I was surprised and I was like, okay. And then I learned why that occurred. And I think is that it was suggested that you don't need one, and then that's what was pursued instead. I never said that the buildings are unsound. I said that what we have is a structural analysis report that was not completed by an engineer that indicates that it's sound.
You said
The fact-
renovation of our building is too expensive.
Yeah, I'm about to say that now. I have the floor, right? So the next thing is that you indicated, or a board member indicated that the fact this energy optimizer's presentation of that report, which just says it's cost effective, more cost effective than a new build, has not been refuted. First of all, energy optimizers do great jobs. I don't want this comment to sound critical of them, but that's puffery. It is refuted. It has been refuted. I've presented the fact that it's been refuted multiple times. The board was provided a spreadsheet that refutes it, including the cost of that. It's been refuted multiple times and in writing by Mr. Ritchie. Mr. Ritchie went through that proposal because what the committee wanted to know was, can you renovate Broadway up to the standards and including the things that we're going to have in a new build? And the answer, and give us an apples to apples comparison of that. And what we were provided by Energy Optimizers was not an apples to apples comparison. We discovered that in our 2 meetings with them, and we explored it further to try to get a sense of how short of an apples to apples comparison that proposal was. And the reality is it was significantly different. and would come far short of what we would get in a new build to the tunes of millions of dollars. And so if you did do an apples to apples proposal, Mr. Ritchie indicated that the cost would very quickly approach the cost of a new build, which is consistent with what State of Ohio's OFCC was telling us. Because the State of Ohio OFCC was telling us at one point, I think 90% or 95% of the cost of renovation to get us to a new build.
It's 96,
96%.
I think.
All right, so I was shocked when I first saw the first report provided by Energy Optimizers, because I remember that the OFCC, who has to give us money if we do a new build, was indicating that the cost would be 96% or whatever it was. And so it didn't make sense to me. So I asked questions. Then we found out it wasn't exactly an apples to apples comparison. And then they said, okay, we'll come back with one. And we weren't, and I just want to say, Energy Optimizers is great. We weren't paying them for this. They're doing this out of the kindness of their own heart, because they're I think they're local and they were just trying to give us a helping hand here. But when it was explored in detail by Mr. Ritchie, even their second proposal was far short of the actual costs. And so it was refuted by Mr. Ritchie. It is not more cost effective to renovate Broadway or Nevin Coppic if you want the same type of building. If you want the same types of infrastructure and tools and things that the school district feels is important to teach our children in today's age, then it is not more cost effective, especially when you don't get any money back from the OFCC. The only way to get the money back from the OFCC, according to the experts, which is who the committee discussed this with, is that you have to do a new build. So it was refuted, and that's why the committee is making its recommendation to do a new build.
Rebuttal.
All right, Mrs. Zakor. Or actually, Mrs. Dunaway's first.
She can go.
All right, Mrs.
Mr. Ritchie is
Dunaway.
not an engineer, and he may be a fantastic architect, but that doesn't make him qualified to say what the structural integrity, without even going through the building, is or isn't, and to use that as a rebuttal to the structural analysis report of these three agencies. It's just, this is not complicated. So, and I don't know that Mr. Ritchie actually said that, but even if he did, he's an architect. He's not an engineer. And well, you can, but that's the way it is. I mean, you know, he's not an engineer. And these people have, and like I said, until we are presented with some type of a report refuting the structural feasibility and cost effectiveness. And here's what I think, maybe I have a little bit of a passion because I know a little bit about renovations of buildings, and I love them, and I love the preservation. Well, the thing of it is, like Broadway, I don't know this, but I bet you're pretty close. You do a vertical or you do a cross section of that wall, it is solid brick. I bet you anything. There's not a veneer there. It is solid brick. The downside of that is the wiring, the insulation. The upside of it is the structural integrity and force of that building. Because I don't think today you have a solid wall, you have a veneer over something. So these are just the little nuances of what building standards were back then versus what they are now, and may contribute to what it's saying is environmentally cost effective and environmentally sustainable to renovate these existing buildings as opposed to demolishing and building new. And, you know, so I'm just putting that out there. I'm not into puffery, and I don't really care one way. I just want the best structure there is, the best bang for the buck. But we have to not be wordsmithing here. We just can't go down this path again. We did that once and it was disastrous, and we can't do it again. And I want the public to know that we're just totally honest brokers with them. And I feel that this report cannot be poo-pooed away, that we, you know, it's too costly to renovate, or it's too, you know, renovation is not going to be as cost effective as building new. And this report doesn't support that type of thinking. That's all. If you have another report that does challenge that from someone other than an architect, Mr. Ritchie didn't even give us a report on that, actually. So, I mean, structurally. So if you have a qualified report on that, refuting that, that's fine. I'm putting it on the table. I don't know what's so funny. I mean, really, I don't.
Can I ask a question?
Mrs. Fox, actually, Mrs. Dunaway's first.
Oh,
Mrs.
go ahead.
Dunaway.
Yeah.
Well, I picked up on the same thing as Ann, Simon. I just think when you say it's too expensive, based on what? We have one quote from, to Ann's point, from one architect. So to say that it's too expensive, you don't do this to your house. You don't get bids to gut your house and get one bid and say it's too expensive. You usually get three bids. So I don't like scare tactics. I just don't like scare tactics. And then for you to say that keep retaining Mike Ridgely is a cost savings to our district, you don't know that. You don't know that. You can't make comments like that. We're trying to scare people into, we have to use Mike and we have to start tomorrow. There would be an opposite argument to that. And the opposite argument would be a lot of the community members didn't vote for the last LT ball plan because they felt the district misled them. We got into the whole OFCC thing. If we were doing sixth grade, if we had to there were a lot of questions that the district never answered. And the district never came forward with the traffic study until after the failed bond. So no fault of Mike Ridgely's, no one's calling him, an uncredible person, but he was the face of that campaign. So to say that he's a cost savings, it might be the exact opposite. The community might say, uh-oh, here we go again. What are they hiding again? Are they lying about the OFCC stuff again? Are they lying about how many sixth graders? There's all these questions. Sometimes a fresh start and a clean slate is just the way to go.
Point of clarification is that Mike Ritchie had nothing to do with the OFCC or the application related to it. He just the architect of the plan.
I never said nothing.
No,
to do with
I'm
OFCC.
just making that clear. I'm just making sure that
Clear
that's
that
clear.
I didn't say that, because I didn't.
Fairly certain I didn't address any board members specifically. Mrs. Fox, did you have something?
Yeah, I was just curious, the whole energy optimizer thing. I can't remember how much it was, but have they ever offered to come back and give us an explanation or another engineer that can, I was just wondering where that was left, do you know? I don't know if they presented something and then made us pay for it and didn't give us what we were supposed to be getting.
We didn't pay.
I just don't know what was.
Energy optimizers never charged us for their Reno plan at all. And they came back and they did everything we asked them to do and revamped. The only difference, and they even offered to come to a board meeting and explain the structural analysis report. They have offered numerous times to come and attend a board meeting if we need them to. They did what we needed. They were looking to be within that realm of the percent so that, there was a possibility of funding, but they did say up front that had failed prior to, it was too high of a percent. And so they were very upfront and honest as well.
So that report that was completed by the Midwest, is that the company?
That's the structural analysis. That's completely different than the Reno plan.
Right. So I was just how we found this particular firm and just the background of the explanation that we were supposed to know and be able to present to our public what we were getting. And I couldn't remember the cost of that and how that, where we go with this.
So Mrs. Fox,
Feel
just
good
to
about
answer your question, and I just want to piggyback off what Mrs. Hagan said, because I want to emphasize this, is that Energy Optimizers was absolutely amazing. They did this out of the goodness of their heart, and they worked very hard for nothing. We paid them nothing. And it's And I didn't realize that they were trying to stay within that percentage of constraint, because now that makes a lot more sense as to why everything was missing. And so, but bottom line is they couldn't provide us a proposal, at least not one that we saw, that could include everything that a new building would give us at a cost that makes sense, that you would be able to seek money back from the OFCC. And so that's what I'm trying to relay here. And it's not a criticism of Energy Optimizers. They're amazing. The school district has done a lot of work with them. They've done a lot of good work. They've saved us a lot of money in some of the things that they've done for us in the past in energy optimization. But it just, when you're trying to stay within a certain price range, I didn't realize that makes a lot more sense. But so hope that's helpful.
Yeah, and I know the time period, we were looking at the repairing those things in the windows. But that just came out of that inspection, or was that? Because that was separate before we got into the whole renovation project.
The facility committee was looking, do we build new? Do we reno? What do we do? We were just looking at every option out there because a lot of people wanted us to try to preserve at least the central piece. And so we were just looking at all avenues, but we didn't want to even go into looking at what a reno plan would be if the buildings weren't structurally sound.
Right.
So we started at square one to find out whether the buildings were actually structurally sound. If they were, obviously they were going to need some maintenance and assistance. We wanted to make sure that it was even worthwhile getting a reno plan. So when we got the structural analysis, thankfully we did what we did. And as Mr. Patry did say, we found out with time that whether it was an engineer or the masonry, whoever does that, really don't know until you get into the guts of it. So the companies that did the analysis are extremely highly recommended. Their credentials are incredible.
Yeah,
they do a lot of work on county buildings, state buildings, and they do work with Troy City Schools. They're on like a thing that every year they come in and do maintenance on the masonry piece to keep the building strong. But thankfully we did what we did because these gentlemen found this very serious issue of a lintel above Broadway's cafeteria. And they told us exactly what needed to be done. We contacted the insurance company. The insurance company immediately got a structural engineer out and looked at the issue that they had found, thankfully, and word for word, they matched what the structural engineer said to what the masonry group said. They were spot on. And they said, it needs to be done like right now. I mean, this is an emergency situation. And so Midwest came in and did all the work and secured everything and made that piece of the building safe. So once we knew that, then we proceeded with a reno plan just to get an idea of what we were looking at. No one was really saying, yeah, that's the plan we're going to go with, or we just wanted to do our homework thoroughly before we even presented a bunch of ideas to the board, because we wanted to make sure we had plenty of ideas to help the board make decisions on what they felt direction we should go. Because whenever we do go for the bond, we want it to be a yes. We want it to pass. We don't want 2 more failures. We want to definitely to move forward for the sake of our kids and our community. And so we were just trying to come up with every brainstorm we possibly could. And that's where that came from.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
No.
Next item is 3A, violation of executive session. The recommended action is recommend approval to authorize Mr. Stefanik to hire our counsel to investigate the alleged violation of executive session on June 13, 2022, utilizing the Miami County Prosecutor's Office as counsel. Is there a motion?
I mean,
Motion by Mrs. Zakor, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Dunaway, is there any discussion? Anyway,
thank you.
I feel that I think Mr. Stefanik, on this, just some clarification. Did you already start the conversation with Reginald Anderson concerning this issue?
I talked about the process for addressing a concern about a violation in executive session. So they just gave me some background information as the answer became a little bit too long. That's when I thought that it would be best if they just expressed it to the board themselves. Then I wouldn't miss any of the pieces, and if there were any follow-up questions, they would be available to answer those questions. That's as far as it went.
I guess, and I don't know the answer to this, but Miami County Prosecutor's Office is obviously our statutory counsel for the library, or for the Board of Education, as well as the library. But on an executive session violation, I'm not sure if they have any potential conflicts of interest as it relates to advising us as a school board and in their function as a county prosecutor.
If they do, they'll tell us.
We'll find out, yeah.
They'll say, hey, kick it back to your other council.
That was actually one of the questions I raised with Russell as well. They're checking it out. That if it's a board situation and that there are counsel, are they allowed to investigate? So they were going to check that out as well.
Well, that was just a question. I don't have an answer, so I've got nothing else.
Maybe in your Friday board update, just let us know who was gonna get kicked to, whatever, yeah.
I'll contact tomorrow.
Well, right now
We have a bunch
we have a motion
Yeah.
to direct it to the county prosecutor's office.
correct,
And so
right.
he can't.
Well, but if he
If-
calls
if
them and
this
he says he
passes-
can't, then
If this,
Let's just move
If it
forward.
passes.
if this
Yeah.
passes, he's not going to tell us where it's getting kicked, I guess.
if it doesn't work, then we'll put it back on the agenda and we'll put it back at Russell,
Exactly.
which it was the first time.
Anyone else wish to be heard? All right, Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Zakor,
Yes.
Dunaway.
Yes,
Drum,
Abstain.
and Patry.
Yes. Motion passes. New business. 4A, administrative new hire. Mr. Stefanik, you want to introduce this to us? Recommend approval to hire the following administrative staff for 2022-2023 school year pending proper paperwork and certification. Thomas Hobbs, Director of Technology, $83,327 for a 1 year of a 2-year contract, July 5th, 2022 being the starting date.
Motion first.
Is there a motion?
I move.
Motion by Mrs. Drum. Is there a second? Is there a second? I will second. Motion by Mrs. Drum, seconded by Mr. Patry. Is there any discussion? Mrs. Drum, do you have any discussion?
Just welcome to the show.
Go ahead, Mrs. Ford.
Thank you. I just have a question. Maybe I'm unclear on this, but I thought in the past, I understand pending proper paperwork and approval in that regard, but actually onboarding and starting before there's been an approval by the board, is that typical?
Well, summertime and circumstances, can allow that to happen. That's part of the organizational meeting that happens in January.
That emergency sort of.
Yeah, and so with
Thank you for
with timelines and needs and things like that, we thought it was crucial to get a technology person in here as quickly as possible.
Thank you for that reminder. Forgot about that.
Mrs. Dunaway?
Yes, I'm done.
I have a question. I don't know if it's just the way this is written. So is this person an administrator? Because Mr. Bush was not an administrator, so it says administrator, so I'm very confused. Because I don't know what I'm saying.
He would be administrator because he evaluates his entire team.
But Brad wasn't.
Correct. Well, he was because he did evaluate people, but he was a coordinator and it's really just it's a term. The contract looks the same except for the fact that the director piece really hones in on the fact that these people have to evaluate others and they have people they supervise.
I understand that. Yeah, I understand that. But then they get the administrator, benefits. No, okay. See, that's why I was confused because last year we changed things.
Right.
And I didn't know if it was with benefits, if it was just a title thing. That's why I was confused.
It's a title thing, and if, when the job descriptions were being reviewed,
Right.
I actually think the question came up, that with some of the people going from coordinators to directors, was there gonna be a change in contract?
Right, it's only a benefit question. That's the only reason I asked.
And we said no, that the salary and benefit packages would stay the same for the ones that used to be coordinators and are now directors.
Go ahead.
So I'm just curious, what is the delineation? What delineates the administrator with benefits versus the administrator title without benefits?
So that's something that's been, of course, before I came, but I can tell you that right now, it would be principals. Of course, Dawn and myself are in that realm. The others that were coordinators, now the directors are all supervisors of some individuals at some point, and they also do evaluations. They do get all the benefits that we do except for the pickup.
I'm sorry, did you say that was?
Except for the pickup.
Who, they get all the benefits?
Except for the pickup.
With the pickup on what, the retirement or the Medicare, or which one are we talking about?
Well, it was on retirement. You don't do.
Oh,
maybe both.
100% Medicare too.
Yeah, we do pick up on the pickup.
Which is,
Only for certain administrators, yes.
yeah,
They don't, no, they do not get that.
okay.
And that, what I'm assuming for me is that what we're looking at is we have put in place an expectation that may go away at some point for administrators, so we don't want to add that back in to try to, and then have to take it back away.
Or at least for some administrators.
Correct.
I see the value in retaining it for the very top tier. But, okay.
It's really a title change more than anything.
And that's why none of the contracts, the narrative of the contracts, none of it changed, just the titles of people that are supervising departments.
So for this director position, if the benefit would be the 80-20 healthcare, they're contributing the employee portion of Medicare, and they're contributing to their retirement.
Right, and they also pay life insurance.
Well, okay. Okay, thank you.
Is this position still going to report to the superintendent? Because that changed because it was the assistant superintendent, which now we don't have an assistant superintendent. So who is his direct report?
Well, the direct report, when it was Brad, was Dr. Tuttlehoff.
Okay, so we did
was
change
the
that.
director,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you. Thank you. That's it for me.
Just for the board's knowledge, what we did is we made sure, a lot of people go like direct report, that's the person who does the evaluation, so on and so on. And so with Dr. Tuttlehoff and I, we looked at the entire district and we made sure that nobody's office was overloaded with the evaluation so that we could take the time with individuals. So she has some, I have some.
Thank you.
Any other questions, discussion? All right, Mrs. Fox, if you could call the roll, please.
Drum,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes,
Dunaway,
Yes.
Zakor.
Yes.
motion passes. Next item, 4B, recommend actions, recommend approval to hire the following certified and classified staff for 2022-2023 school year, pending proper paperwork and certification. Is there a motion?
I move.
Motion by Mrs. Dunaway, is there a second?
Zakor.
That's a chorus, sorry.
Second.
Second by Mrs. Drum. Is there any discussion? Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Zakor,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Patrick.
Yes, motion passes. Next item is item 4C, mental health services contract. Recommend approval to contract with Nexus Nexus for the 2022-2023 school year. Is there a motion?
I'll motion.
Motion by Mrs. Drum. Is there a second? I will second. Motion by Mrs. Drum, second by Mr. Patrick. Is there any discussion? Mrs. Drum?
Yeah, so I got some time to look this over. And I just want to say that I think it's really important, especially with mental health, that we keep things the same for people. And so I feel like this is a good service for our school and community as far as keeping it kosher with the kids and things like that.
Mr. Stefanik, is that all, Mrs. Drum?
Mhm.
As far, because I think the administration did is it went and, I guess, discussed this with other potential service providers and got kind of, did a cost analysis or benefit and cost analysis or something like that before making this recommendation to us. And what was the result of that, essentially, from a cost basis, or how did you come to the recommendation for new creation councils?
Well, when we got the other contracts, we were looking at, again, to use a term from the facilities piece, apples to apples, and looking what the folks were going to provide. We've got four quotes, and two are significantly more expensive, and one actually listed that it was a little bit less expensive. But the difference when you looked at it is that the less expensive one was for 5 days of service, and in the new creations contract, it's actually 6 days of service. So if you would add a 6th day in at just divided out the cost per day, that other contract would then pass up new creations. But Mrs. Drum kind of hit it on the head. One of the contributing factors there is the students that they know the therapists that they've been working at through new creations. And as I said a couple of meetings ago, the evaluation pieces, the students rated the new creation services well, the parents rated them well, and then there are rubrics that they use to show increases in mental health or decreases in concern areas. And I believe the one chart was an anxiety rubric, and the other one was a depression rubric, and it showed that the students were making improvements in those areas from working with the therapist.
And did the counselors and the staff have a feeling related to the services provided? Because you said the students and the parents were all.
All of the staff too. The staff, they didn't fill out an official form, but what they expressed was that they felt very collaborative with the new creations folks and highly recommended them. And that was across all levels, elementary, middle, and high school.
Thank you. Based on what you've indicated to me, I echo what Mrs. Drum said. I've heard from community members that they're very concerned about losing the consistency and stability that the existing relationships. I think it's important that we renew that, especially given the fact that it seems to be hitting every single item. It's a cost-effective service, or at least competitive to the others in the area. There's a result that's based on that rubrics measure. the students are happy with the services, the parents are happy with the services, and the staff is happy with the services. I'm not sure, you know, what else we could ask for, so makes sense to me. Anyone else? Mrs. Zakor?
Mrs. Fox, this is paid for out of wellness funds, is that correct?
Yes.
Which is what, state or federal
It's
assistance?
a line item now through Ohio Department of Education in our funding formula. So it's through the general fund.
Okay. And is a program like this a requirement? You have to have this being offered by a school district? No.
No, but the funding has increased over the past several years because they see that mental health is impacting the students and their success at school and just overall well-being. And so the state has put significant funding into schools partnering with agencies to provide these types of services.
Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Dunaway.
When you say the other service was a lot more expensive, this is 109,538. What was the next one?
This one's supposed to be 70.
School-based therapist, 10 months, paid over 12 months, 109,538. Oh, I see the 93, and I also see the,
Oh, yeah, all the contracts are there that he looked at.
oh, so it's 109.
Yeah, one of them was 109, another one was in the 90s, I believe. One was at 71, and
Okay,
the new creations is 78.
gotcha. Okay, thank you. That answered my question.
Sorry.
I've looked at it so many
That was
times.
it. That'd be a big contract.
No, I've been looking at this like for 3 months, and then we added the 5th day.
Yeah.
So then I was, yeah. Thank you.
Anyone else? Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Drum,
Yes.
Patry,
Yes.
Dunaway,
No.
Zakor.
No.
Motion fails. Next item on the agenda is 4D. 2022-2023 school police agreement. Recommend actions, recommend approval of the agreement for the city of Tipp City to provide police services to Tipp City schools for the 2022-2023 school year.
I'll make the motion.
Motion by Dunaway. Is there a second? I will second. Motion by Mrs. Dunaway, second by Mr. Patrick. Is there any discussion?
I have one, well, I'll wait. Rule first and second.
Mrs. Dunaway, you have anything?
I don't think I do.
Go ahead, Mrs. Sport.
So this is being paid, is this when the officers are off their regular duty city time? Okay,
Yes.
I assume that, but,
Yes.
okay, thank you.
Yeah, annually, yeah, it's an agreement where the police provide coverage in our building because we don't have what you would consider to be an official SRO type of contract. But at the same time, when we're considering this, we are looking at some safety grants and seeing if we can get some increases in safety grant funding that might be able to address an SRO process in our school district.
Who else? Mrs. Fox, please call the roll.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Patry,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
and Zakor.
Yes.
Motion passes. Prior meeting minutes, Tip City Public Library tax budget public hearing. Recommend action is approve the minutes from June 27th, 2022, Tip City Public Library tax budget public hearing. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Mrs. Dunaway, is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mrs. Drum. Any discussion? Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes,
Zakor.
Yes.
motion passes. Item 4F, prior meeting minutes of June 27th, 2022. Recommended action is approval of minutes from the June 27th, 2022 regular board meeting. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Mrs. Dunaway, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Zakor. Any discussion? All right, Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Zakor,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Patrick.
Yes, motion passes. Item 5A, recommended actions to adjourn executive session for purposes authorized under Board of Education Policy 0166 and ORCC 121.22G1 to consider the employment compensation of public employees or officials. Prior to entertaining a motion, I would also entertain a motion for a 5-minute recess for the board. Is there such a motion?
I'll motion.
Motion by Mrs. Strom, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Dunaway. Motion to recess by Drum and Dunaway. Any discussion? Mrs. Fox, please call the vote on the motion to recess for 5 minutes.
Drum,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes,
Zakor.
Yes.
motion passes. We are now in a short 5-minute recess. Time is 8:25. We will resume at 8:30.
We're not in executive session.
You ready?
About 3-4 seconds, so there's a delay.
Well, it'll start now. We'll just play it on YouTube in 15 seconds. Yeah.
Go ahead.
All right.
Yep, start it.
We've returned from the recess. Time is 8:30. I would entertain a motion to adjourn executive session. The current agenda 5A. Recommended action is to adjourn executive session for the purposes authorized under Board of Education Policy 0166 and Ohio Revised Code 121.22G1 to consider the employment compensation of public employees or officials. Is there a motion?
I motion.
Motion by Mrs. Drum. Is there a second? I will second. Motion by Mrs. Drum and second by Mr. Patrick. Is there any discussion? All right, Mrs. Fox, please call the, go ahead. That's a good question. Are we inviting anyone to this executive session, Mr. Stefan?
Mrs. Fox and Dr. Telehoff for
And you?
part of it.
Or no?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Well, sometimes we do, sometimes we don't.
So Dr. Tuttle Huff, Mrs. Fox,
And Mr. Stefanik, you have to name yourself.
Mr. Stefanik,
Yeah.
And
anyone else?
that's it.
All right.
That's pretty much clear.
And are we anticipating any action following the executive session?
No.
Okay. All right. So the motion currently before the board, just to restate it, is adjourn to executive session for purposes authorized under Board of Education Policy 0166 and Ohio Revised Code 121.22G1. Consider the employment of compensation of public employees or officials. Invited to the executive session are Mrs. Fox, Dr. Tuttle Huff, Mr. Stefanik, and no action is anticipated following the executive session. Is there any other discussion or questions? Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Drum,
Yes.
Patry,
Yes,
Dunaway,
Yes?
Zakor.
Yes.
motion passes. We are now adjourning the executive session. Time is 8:32 p.m.
I give it about 3 seconds and then we should
Okay.
get started.
Get a new bag, it's bigger. It's good. Yeah, nice size.
To clear us back in from executive session to the regular session, the time is 9:35. Is there any other business before the board? Item 6A, upcoming meetings, regular meeting, Monday, July 25th, 2022 at 6 PM, Board of Education. Is a location, work session on Monday, August 8th, 2022 at 5 PM at the Board of Education. And with that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting.
I move.
Motion by Mrs. Zakor, is there a second?
Second.
All right, second by Mrs. Drummond. Any discussion? Mrs. Fox, if you can call the vote.
Zakor,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Patrick.
Yes. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Nobody did the Rick thing.
Oh, because it's annoying. That's why. It's annoying as heck.